The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Chess royalty is back in the Midwest for Champions Showdown, the Kings in St. Louis. After a full day acclimating to the unique format, favorites got to work in the rapid section, picking up wins and adding nearly $7,000 to their coffers. Four-time U.S. champ Fabiano Caruana overtook his opponent Wesley as the highest earner and the de facto leader. Incredible cash prizes and professional pride are up for grabs. Who's leaving money at the board and who will be taking home a jackpot? Day 3 of Can't Miss Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to the final championship day here in St. Louis for the Champions Showdown. The Kings featuring 6 of the best chess players in the United States in a triathlon of chess. We have rapid, blitz, and semi-classical. We've had some very exciting chess so far. What will the final day bring? Let's go to the studio and find out.
It's all about the money. Today, a champion will be crowned based on dollars won. Can anybody catch the current leader? We will find out soon as the Champions Showdown, the Kings, starts right now from the St. Louis Chess Club. Welcome everyone, I'm Woman Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova and I am joined by Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Good to see you. It's the last day. It went by so fast. My goodness. Cristian, always a pleasure. Always. Hello everyone and welcome to the Champion Showdown. Well, things have been very dramatic throughout and things change so quickly, but we do have a leaderboard with clear leaders. Kate, do the honors. Who's leading?
Yes, let's take a look because we do have a clear leader. It is Fabiano Caruana, who has earned so far $33,250. Closely followed by is Wesley with $31,000 and Ray Robson on the third place, $27,625.
Congratulations to all of our players. Very generous prize fund from the St. Louis Chess Club. Tell us about the format, Kate.
So this tournament has a unique format. It is a 6-player tournament paired over 3 rounds. 1 blitz, 1 rapid, and 1 semi-classical game per round. And the time control varies. It starts with blitz, 3 minutes plus 2-second increment, rapid, 15 minutes plus 10-second increment, and it finishes off with a semi-classical chess, 60 minutes plus 15-second increment. And all the rounds were based on prize money earned today. The pairings is not based on the result of the match.
How do the players earn their prize monies?
Let's take a look. So each game, Blitz, Rapid, and Classical, has its own prize fund. In the Blitz game, a game is worth $4,500, where the winner gets $3,375, the loser $1,125, and if there is a draw, they split, and the total amount for the 9 Blitz games in the tournament is $40,500. And as you see, the Rapid game is worth $9,000, where the Classical, the longest game, is worth $14,000. And there's a special best game prize, $2,500, total prize fund $250,000. Incredible.
You want to win the semi-classical, and for our matchups, you've got some kind of key insights. I like them, Cristian. Tell us.
Absolutely, and I have to say this tournament has it all. It has the money, it has the head-to-heads, and it has the incredible format encompassing all classical, semi-classical, rapid, and blitz. Let's take a look at this championship day head-to-heads, and we're going to start with this one, Hikaru Nakamura against Levon Aronian, and these two players know each other so well. Take a look at that lifetime matchup, 45 wins against 32 losses. losses for Hikaru and 72 draws. In just over a week, it will be 22 years since these two players have played their first ever game. That was a long time ago. They've competed against each other so many times. There's a brewing rivalry between these two players. Shortest game ever played, 15 moves a draw, and the longest game ever played, 127 moves, and that was a draw. And Levon, after winning yesterday in the Classical against Leinier, he's still in this competition. Everybody is still in this competition. This one is going to be very exciting. The next one is this one, Wesley So against Leinier Dominguez, and I have to say some vivid memories are coming back from this one. We will go into that in just a second. Longest game ever played, 99 moves, a win for Wesley. Shortest game ever played, that was a 21 miniature, winning by Dominguez. Lifetime matchup, 13 victories for Dominguez, 19 losses and 36 draws. But I have to say, I remember vividly from the 2017 Champions Showdown, where it was literally a bloody affair between these two players. Take a look.
Wesley So, the match there, Wesley So was banging the clock so hard in the playing hall that Magnus Carlsen requested that pair be moved. First of all, to the end, because it was distracting. But second of all, I've been told that there was blood on the clock, and there it is.
And I can verify that because I was there, I was doing the post-game interviews, and I did see Wesley So with a bandage on his hand. Just an incredible memory from that year. And of course, the final head-to-head is this one. Fabiano Caruana, who is leading the tournament, has won both of his matches so far. He will be meeting Ray Robson, who is in third position, and Ray said it yesterday during his post-game interview. Hey, you know, Fabiano Caruana, he's a very difficult opponent for me. Take a look at that lifetime matchup. 9 victories for Fabi, 2 losses, and 12 draws. 111 moves, that's their longest game, which Robson, by the way, won. 27 moves, the shortest game, which Fabi won. Guys, it all comes down to today.
Exactly, but that Hikaru, Levon, you could write a trilogy on their
so many games.
On their games. In the pairings, tell us about the blacks and the whites, because we know we've got 3 games.
So we talked about the matches, but let's look once again at the color. Ray Robson was saying that this whole tournament he always started with black pieces. So in this third round, he has white pieces in the Blitz and Rapid, and then he's going to have black pieces against Fabiano Caruana. Leinier Dominguez playing white in Rapid and Blitz against Wesley So, and Hikaru Nakamura playing white in the Rapid and Blitz against Levon Aronian.
And as we go to the playing hall of the World Chess Hall of Fame, getting ready for this final day, we do see Leinier at the board getting into that zone. 2 players, great rivals, and off the board.
And here we see the leaders, Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So.
Already having earned more than $30,000 in the first 2 days of play.
Happy Hikaru.
Yeah, he's coming in with in good form.
Look, everybody's doing well in this competition so far. Everybody's still in the competition to win it all. So
exactly,
you know, why not? It's been a good event for all of these players.
Exactly. It is an exhibition match, but at the same time, I think the players really enjoy getting to duel one another in the 3 formats.
Yep.
You know, playing a heavy blitz session is nice.
Yeah.
And the Rapids, they take something, and a Classical, that takes a lot out of you.
And then you get to set into the Classical.
Exactly.
Right? No, it's a very cool format, for sure.
I like it. And not to put too much pressure on ourselves, but we do have to choose the best game. And if our audience wants to give us a little guidance, we'll accept some guidance too. So let us know what your pick is. Of course, we'll also be judging the games of today.
And
again, Leinier looks focused, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, there's prize money on every game, but there is also a trophy for the winner of this event.
Exactly. I was talking to Joy last night. She didn't reveal what the trophy was, by the way, but it was special.
He's dialed in.
He is.
Look at him. Waiting for his opponent, Wesley.
So far, he has the best result in Blitz games.
Yes.
He does. He's the only one that won a single game.
Exactly.
In day 1, he defeated Ray Robson. They're blitzing.
In the blitz, they're playing too tight.
I know, right?
they really should go for it in
I have
the blitz.
to say, it's probably the most decisive results we've had in Classical.
Yeah, which is really surprising. I would have lost that bet, by the way. I would have, of course, bet for a lot of decisive games on the blitz. And again, these two players, Hikaru and Levon, could write a trilogy of the games. They've played 120 odd. And we have a bell ringer, by the way. I forgot to introduce him. That's Salim Balkadi. He is the president of the Annex Chess Club. Sorry, I can't give you more details.
That is in Toronto, actually, and he was one of the organizers of the candidates. He
Welcome
was
to
behind the
St. Louis,
scenes.
Salim.
Yes.
And you knew that because you were in Toronto.
I just attached his face to his name now that I see him on the screen, and I remember him from Toronto because I was there. Yes.
And there we go. Good ring of the bell. And they are off for the last day of play. It went by very fast. Ray up against Fabi in Blitz. We're going to focus on this one. And in case some action takes us elsewhere, we'll go there as well. Bishop takes f6. Nobody goes for the more dangerous bishop h4
People don't
lines
bishop
again.
h4 anymore.
Yeah.
And it just seems like it gives black too many options.
Yeah. And
this one is a bit more controlled.
Yeah, queen b3 is an old favorite of mine. I always liked putting the question to the bishop as well as, eyeballing that pawn on d5.
Bishop takes c3.
c7, c5 is a pawn sacrifice. Bishop takes c3. Now, the classics all tell you capture towards the center. And the reason they like to play b2 takes c3 is so that when you follow it up with c takes d5, you could play c3, c4, get a majority in the center. Today, the modern approach is actually to recapture with the queen, putting immediate pressure on the c7 pawn, and we saw c7, c6 played very quickly. g2, g3.
Oh, I was thinking maybe e3 is going to be played, so g3 instead.
If you like the Catalan, why not say, I've got the better bishop. Your bishop on c8 is not as active as mine. Knight d7, castles, and b7, b6, queen e7. Still, we're in the throes of theory. You were saying, Cristian, that it's a more controlled game.
It is a more controlled game for white, right? Taking on f6 and having this very slight advantage due to your, let's say, opening advantage, but also space advantage in the center.
Right. d5 takes c4 is a prelude.
Black has to strike with either c5 or e5, most likely with e5 in this case.
So you want to develop the light square bishop.
Precisely. Queen takes c4, e5 in order to develop the light square bishop. Now here we take a pause because in some ways I am not afraid of the move e4, but I would like to encourage captures on d4. So for me, I would find myself drawn to this move, queen c3, anticipating that after captures, I haven't committed my pawn to e4 and I kept the diagonal open. In fact, what Ray did is he played rook to d1. Oops, sorry. The second, queen takes c4, e5, rook to d1, knight to b6. Okay, gaining a tempo against the queen on
where
c4.
to go with the queen? Because we don't want the queen to be attacked on black's next move after black is going to develop the light square bishop.
Aggression. Aggression.
Probably queen c2 is met with bishop f5.
Right. We have to be aggressive. Queen to c5. Now the question is, for me, if you take on d4, would you take with the rook?
Yes.
Would you take with the knight?
With the rook.
With the rook.
I prefer the rook there.
He hasn't played it. He played queen d3.
Queen to d3. Okay, that's a bit of a surprise move. Why is the queen good on d3? Not sure. So I like your taking with the rook, but
Take
here...
on d4, yeah, that's on the board. Queen takes d4.
Right. Now here's a pause, because in truth, I'm not that worried about the double pawns, and the move bishop e6, I might find attractive.
Queen e7.
Queen e7, okay. attacking the pawn on e2. Your knee-jerk thought, Kate, has white come out of this with an advantage or not? There's an imbalance. There's an imbalance. 4 versus 3, 2 versus...
Should be extremely equal.
Extremely equal?
Extremely equal.
It feels like it's equal, yeah.
Would you prefer one position? If you had to play the position, would you prefer to play the black side or the... I don't like queen e5. What was that?
Now, what is happening after rook e8? Yeah, there's a pin on that pawn.
Well, Ray is saying...
Wait a minute. I can take that.
Can you take it?
Yes, I do.
Because
Yes,
there's...
I will.
Check.
That knight on b6 protects my rook on a8. I should be fine. Rook takes c2. I think this is a miss by Ray.
I'm not so sure. Just a second. I'm going to give it a check.
King h7.
Yes.
On the board. Knight to d4. I have got a bishop f5.
But I have bishop e6. I can just...
Okay, knight d4 attacks the rook.
Oh, knight d4.
Rook takes b2, in for penny, in for pound.
I think I'm going to go rook d2. No, rook d2 you take on c6. I don't want that.
No.
Rook takes b2.
Yeah, let's take the pawn.
Oh, a4. A4.
By the way...
now I'm disbelieving.
Ray has 13 seconds against 2 minutes for Fabi.
That's just a pawn blunder.
Yes.
I mean, if you have to play a4 after
look at the shake
and
of
we
head.
see Ray Robson shaking his head. No,
Right.
that was not planned.
Rook takes b2. Boy, now I like this. This is
a5,
greed
I think he wants to go bishop e6.
Or bishop to g4, yeah. Greed, man's noblest emotion. Rook takes b2, a5, bishop e6, your pick. Because as you were pointing out, the knight on b6 defends the
5
rook.
seconds for Ray.
And you've got to play a6.
2 extra pawns.
And
that's
they're very good.
That is
I'd start with bishop to d5. The one...
Oh my goodness, but Ray's like really feeling this one. He's really upset about what just happened.
Well,
Look
he
at the
went
shake
from
of
the
head.
opening to the ending, 2 pawns down.
He never got into the game.
I think he just missed rook e8 move, right?
Yeah, when he
Pinning
played
the
queen
knight.
e5.
Yeah.
I thought he had to play f4, by the way. We could return to that later. But in the meantime, this is the current position. Fabi, our tournament leader, has just been gifted 2 extra pawns.
There's still some technical tasks.
And he has played bishop to
deal
d5
with,
as expected.
And we know Ray plays very accurately when he's low on time. Remember yesterday making the best moves when having 2 seconds on the clock.
Exactly.
Yes. Material is still limited, so you do have to be careful as black not to blunder both of your pawns. For example, if you take on g2, take on g2 f6, then I think you can take on b7
and take on
follow it up
c6.
with take on c6. Knight e5 is a good move. Knight e5 is a very good move.
I think it's, well, I don't know. I think it's time to play knight c7 and just say, okay, take the pawn on b7, recapture. You can take the pawn on c6.
I want to take that one.
He's taken on g2 first. I'm not exactly sure. Did Fabi? Bishop takes g2.
He wants to go for c5 now.
And he's done it. He's giving Ray a choice. Captures this pawn on f7, or go after the c5 pawn. He
Well,
captured
maybe I
on
can
f7.
connect my pawns, go b5.
That was my question.
Push both of them. Yeah.
He
goes for it. Ray's gunning for that a7 pawn. That's his only hope. Knight to c6, knight takes a7. Has to be played.
It looks like Black doesn't need a knight that's in the corner.
Ooh, he almost lost on time. Ooh, knight b6. Why didn't he play knight b6? That's it. That's game.
That's
Rook
going to be...
to d1. Yeah. And then you just take the a6 pawn. Rook a3. Yeah.
Rook a3 is a very, very good move. Knight to
Classy.
b6, cover everything. Rook takes a6.
By the way, Wesley saw one
And
against
suddenly,
Leinier Dominguez.
the floodgates opened up in the Blitz as we expect a decisive result here from our tournament leader, but Wesley so.
Knight to f5 is coming.
Ooh.
King to g6.
If ever there was a good time to play h5, that was it, by the way. Not that he's not winning. He is. Fabi's really got this game nicely in hand. But normally speaking, you want to keep the pawns on the board there. h5. Now this is too good. Check.
Another check.
And now
goes
king. Oh, that's being greedy.
Just wanting with that king to go and capture the pawn on f4.
Yeah, king h5 to g4.
Hikaru seems to be winning his game as well. G6,
well,
that's clinical right there.
This last round sure started with a bang. Ray can't decide when he's supposed to resign this game. He's been wanting to resign. He has that look of, it seemed he wanted to resign the game 20 moves ago.
Absolutely.
Do we have a game remaining?
Yes, Hikaru Nakamura just ended.
Oh.
Hikaru Nakamura just
So
won against Levon Aronian.
He missed the handshake. Wow, that happened very, very fast. As our three favorites, our three picks, all won in the Blitz. They got the memo. They needed to win. Oh, and I'm just looking at the game of Levon, and there was a nice little combo tactic at the very end, knight a4. And Levon has missed that after rook d6, defending the pawn on b6, there's a le petit combinaison. We take.
It's a cheap trick.
Yeah. Well, le petit combinaison sounded a lot better than cheap tricks, but it worked. The cheap trick worked, and Hikaru won a pawn, and look at that.
Wow.
That's a nice...
creating another passed pawn, so we have two of them, and that's very difficult to catch, especially with that knight supporting the b passed pawn.
I think Hikaru actually won on time,
He did.
But in the final position, he was about to play the move h5, and like you said, with the split pawns, white is going to win. So very nice. And what happened in the third game that
and
we
just to
have
give
missed?
you another update
Please.
on this one, after king to e3, the position seems to be still more or less equal. If you just simply take on h4, again, with 3 seconds on the clock, you're just simply going to make the first move that comes to your mind, right?
Bishop.
But this seems to be fine after king to c7. It's still white who is on the offensive and has the potential of potentially disrupting black's position, but objectively, it seems like Levon would have been okay.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Let's take a look at what happened in Leinier versus Wesley. This seems to be smooth
Wesley
sailing.
started a nice attack on the king side.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we're seeing once again Wesley really dominating in the gioco piano, right? He's good at this type of structures.
Yeah.
I mean, once he gets them with the black pieces also, he won against Levon Aronian. Maybe game of the tournament. Who knows? We'll decide on that later.
It's a front
but
runner.
Definitely a front runner. Knight to f4, knight to d2, queen to a4, and this is what we got. Well, that's a pawn. Thank you very much. And bishop to d4, knight to e6, bishop to e3. You want to exchange more? I'll take another pawn. That's 2 pawns, and that's pretty much all she wrote.
Very, very, very. We're going to highlight how Hikaru won. It was a time.
Both on 5 seconds for Hikaru, 3 seconds
and
for
this is
Levon.
a great find. I mean, somehow the hand just found the move g4, and Levon
That's
was...
the hesitation. Right there.
Yes.
Boom. And just in the nick of time.
Or not, yeah. We have been saying that Ray can make a move with 1 second on his clock, and he's done it 100 times. Levon, just a fraction too soon.
Little bit was missing.
Wow, well that sure happened fast. I mean, that blitz. We're going to get an update on our leaderboard because Ray, who was in third, is going to be, but first the results.
Let's take a look.
3
we have
decisive
all decisive
wins.
games, yes. In the Blitz, it is Hikaru Nakamura who won against Levon Aronian.
As well as...
Here we have Leinier Dominguez who lost. I think it's his first loss.
Yes,
in the Blitz
he was
game
leading the Blitz.
against Wesley. So.
Exactly.
And the last match, here we have Fabiano Caruana who won against Ray Robson.
And I think our 3 winners are going to be the leaders in the Blitz Derby as we get ready for the Rapids. And again, the prizes in the Rapids will be double the price of the Blitz. So win the Rapid, win the Classical.
Leinier Dominguez, the only player who is already sitting at the board.
I know.
He's always very focused
Yes.
before his match starts.
I've always been of that persuasion of Leinier. I like arriving early. I like getting into the tournament mode, listening for the noises. When I played I played in front of large audiences. They loved staging the events in auditoriums. And so you got used to having hundreds of people getting up and out of their seats. And I remember in the old Yugoslavia where if you made a sacrifice, a bold sacrifice, people just burst into applause. And the arbiters would be like, silence, silence. It was great.
And after 1 hour, all the people there just getting snacks.
Yeah, munching.
Let's get back to that. I kind of like that.
I know, me too. I did too.
The problem is that everybody has a phone in their pocket nowadays.
Yeah.
So they can actually know whether the sacrifice is good or not.
Yeah. Just reminding everybody, this is the second of 3 games that are about to start. This will be the rapid. They'll get double their time, as we see international arbiter Chris Bird just looking at his clock. And Kate, give me the guide. Where would you like to go?
Let's look at the leader, Fabiano Caruana against Ray Robson.
Okay, it will be Ray with white once again.
We see French.
D2, D4. No, that did not work whatsoever for an E4. Ray is upset with himself because he didn't anticipate the French. He was, I bet you, dollars to donuts. He was looking at Sicilian, what Fabi had played earlier in the tournament, and now we're in the advanced Sicilian Bishop D7. I was going to say 10,000 games in our database for this one.
And this is somewhat of a novel approach by Fabi, but we've seen him play the French before, even against, if I remember correctly, Ali Reza in Norway chess.
He
a couple of years back, and he defeated Ali Reza in that one.
I think a lot of the top players have at one point or another played a French, and like most top players given it up after.
By the way,
but good Dingler in his World Championship
well.
match against Guka.
guys, we have French also in the game Hikaru Nakamura against Levon Aronian.
Let's take a look.
Wow.
Let's see what's happening in that one.
Okay, so this is an advanced French. Now, normally speaking, and our production Varouz will tell us that Queen B6 has been, the main move for a long, long time. At one time, the move F7, F6 was frowned upon because the idea was that after captures with the knight was the old way to play it. I don't know what the modern way to play it is. It was felt that Black's king is a little too loose. Black's king is not castling short, but castling long. It was easier for white to generate an attack before bishop e3 kind of plays itself.
Because the pawns are already advanced there.
Exactly. All theory. I mean, the French defense, one of the most popular openings. F2, F4? No.
Ray is choosing rook e1.
Rook e1. And boy, I probably have, I've lost my queen so many times grabbing a pawn I should not have grabbed. Bishop check. But before we get into round 2, tell us about the leaderboard change, Kate.
Let's see what changed after the first Blitz game. So we still have the same leader because, as we said, Fabiano, Caruana, and Wesley, so they won. Hikaru also won, so he is moving in front of Ray Robson to the 3rd place.
And we see that in the Blitz, our 3 winners, our 3 leaders, all won the Blitz competition of this as we're in the rapid. And Rook E1, Cristian, jump in on this one for me, if you don't mind. I'm suspecting a couple hundred games thus far?
Yes, very, very good estimation. I believe 160 or so. Rook to E1 castle, which is the main move, A4, and queen takes E5, accepting the pawn sacrifice, responded very quickly. So Ray Robson definitely knows what he's doing in this one. Knight to A3, it's all about the attack. I'm just looking at the attack against your king. I'm looking at the fact that this bishop at the right time will go to F4. If my pawn is on G3, the game is pretty much over. Because I go bishop to F4, you have to move the queen.
Knight
your king
B5.
never gets to the other side of the board, and you just simply get checkmated. But unfortunately, that's not the case for the moment. So for example, if you start with G3, maybe I can go back to C7, maybe I can go queen to F5. G3 definitely something that you should be considering in this position.
Right.
The bad news for Ray
is
that Fabi has 16 minutes and 18 seconds.
Also well prepared.
So he's gained a lot of time. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's analyzed this. So we'll have to wait and see who will be able to impose their will on their opponent.
Exactly. But Queen takes e5. Now, give me a statistical evaluation of this position, if you don't mind. I mean, what's the outcome of this opening?
So I see 25% for white with bishop to f3, 25% for black. So I guess 2 draws and 2 decisive results, 1 game each.
Wow.
Now, with knight to a3, only 2 games have been played. And in
how
both of them, white has won.
Knight f6 has already been played.
Only
G3 on the board.
G3 is on the, they're following that game. Queen to c7 has been played in that one. The engine is saying queen to f5. Let's see which Fabiano chooses.
Ooh, do you like the pawn sacrifice?
I mean, I'm worried. Let's say you go queen f5.
Yes.
What if I go bishop f4 and I want to get knight b5, you know, some checkmating options?
But now that's the idea of queen f5. Get it out of dodge and then meet bishop f4 with e5.
And I cannot capture the pawn and do any
discovery
because
attacks. This bishop protects the king, so there's no discovery check, right? So yeah, this is just better for black. Now
Queen f5?
Queen f5 is the main move, yes.
So do I start with move knight b5?
You can, yes. And probably that's the best move, and now I go a6. Everything seems to be very forced.
Bishop to d3 is a useful tempo, right?
Yeah.
Of course, you want to trade queens.
And now maybe we can see a repetition if you want to. If you don't, you even have this move available. Hey,
Really?
don't take on d1. That's a mate with knight a7. This is a beautiful shot right there.
Wow.
Let's wait and see. Guys, should we check
Yes.
Hikaru's game as well, perhaps?
Yes, so this, of course, is the Ray Robson versus Fabi game. Very exciting pawn sacrifice. Keeping an eye on that. We're going to go to the game between Hikaru and Levon. Also a French defense, but a much tamer version. This looks like an exchange French?
Yes.
Or is it, yes, it's an exchange French. And c4, c5. Very positional.
I think on the
game.
main board we have Hikaru versus Levon.
Yes.
Yes.
We were just flashing back. So 2 French defenses. And what about the third game, Kate?
The third game is Berlin, I believe.
Berlin. You know, it's strange. At one time, we were crying every time we saw a Berlin ending because it seemed like every 2 out of 3 games were a Berlin. Now it's gotten less fashionable, and the players are still in the throes of theory here. Wesley
is always very well prepared. So it's kind of interesting to even see how he is going to be defending that position, g4.
But I have to say absolutely the same thing for Leinier. Leinier, especially with 1 e4. Leinier is one of those players, very principled player. He plays main lines. He really zones in on them. f6. Now that's not a move that we see that often in the Berlin. It's often felt that the pawn on e5 is as much a liability as an asset, in the sense that sometimes we see these rooks, you know, coming to e6, trying to provoke a move like f4. But Wesley said, nope, I'm playing f6. And Leinier is saying,
pawn.
Thank you. You're doing me a solid favor because my bishop, look at this. Wesley is saying, no, this is this is my prep. I am playing for f5, and I am playing for rook coming over rook to g8, and I've got an attack against the king. But I'm a pawn grabber. Let's have a look-see. Bishop takes.
Let's go bishop or f5 immediately.
Yes, I thought you might want to play f5 immediately. For the moment, this bishop does patrol h2. So in a scenario where I capture on f5, let me just put some
bishop
moves.
Captures.
I'm not afraid of a rook g. Yeah, maybe this is just fine for black. Knight d4, rook check, king f2, bishop c5. Look at that. I'm not so much that I'm threatening to play rook h2. I'm threatening to play bishop takes e2, right? And a bishop's of opposite color. And Wesley says, I should be able to. That's a very unexpected approach by Wesley. But Cristian, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you: is this still theory?
Seems to be.
Still
seems to be, yes. And that's why we're seeing Leinier with 16 minutes. King to f2. It has been played before. King f2, bishop to e6 is the main move. It was a win by white. I don't know which game that was,
right,
but it was a win by white in that one, and I'm sure this is something that Leinier has analyzed. Again, he's playing a la tempo.
16 minutes speaks for itself, doesn't it?
But I think we have more exciting games than the Berlin, you know.
What about Hikaru's game against Levon?
When we left it, Hikaru had played c4, c5, and he's advanced even further. He's grabbing a little space on the queen side. Is
Bishop
Hikaru
d2, wanting to finish development with the rook.
Open files. Rooks love open files. In this particular case, playing for the move b5, sometimes you can open up the b line. I like b5, b4, b5. Trying to create a weakness on c6. Maybe on a good day, you can follow it up with queen a4. It seems nice. Oh, that's unexpected. Normally speaking, people don't chase down pieces that I haven't developed. Bishop f5.
So a
positional.
Knight h4 here. Kind of forcing a trade of that good knight on f3 so we can activate our queen.
Right, something like
Queen
takes,
captures.
takes, and now you're tickling the pawn, kind of provoking me to play bishop e3. I think this is balanced. I wanted to go to the game of Fabi and Ray Robson because Ray has gambited a pawn for, he hopes, an attack. Cristian,
they're following up that main line that we were looking at. Knight
So
b5, queen f5 was played. That was a novelty. Instead of queen to c7, knight
queen
b5
f5
and
was
a6, right?
Engine's top move, right?
Engine's top move.
Yes. And now, clearly, we're going to make a bad move for black. Yeah, here's the bad move.
A6 is played, bishop d3. They're following up what we looked at. Queen to h5
I just wanted to,
should be played.
I just wanted to point out a really, really bad sequence for Fabi would be to allow the mate, and that's what Ray has in mind, bishop f4. And here you were saying queen h5.
Yes.
And should Fabi
And that
play
was
the
sort
move,
of the plan. Queen to h5, bishop f4. This is what we looked at, right?
Yeah.
Bishop f4 with the same idea. Don't exchange queens on d1 because knight a7
And
is
then
still a
we've
big
got
threat.
to ask, is it,
That's, you
We
probably
still
get
take
mated
with a
after
pawn.
that.
and then it's checkmate, yeah?
I'm close at least. Like, you still have bishop e8,
Okay.
perhaps, trying to escape like that.
King d7 is on the agenda, yeah.
But queen a4.
Keeping queens. You could
Maybe-
also start with a
Maybe
check.
even check and then queen a4.
Start with a check.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Force the king into the center, queen a4.
What you're hoping to get as black is get that king to g8. Run all the way to g8.
I think yesterday inspired you. Once you saw the
I'm
cocoon.
trying to find the cocoon. I'm trying to find the cocoon.
The cocoon. You're looking for your safe space. Okay, so a6, bishop d3. You know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Should we play for a checkmate, Kate? Knight, queen h4, knight.
I feel like it's white who is going to checkmate you first. So I go bishop f4, threatening that checkmate with knight a7.
Okay, somebody told me I have to make an escape square.
Okay.
And knight g4.
Okay,
Don't
now
look. There's a pawn on a6. Kate.
Now it's too slow. Now I'm in trouble.
I've got, well.
How much in trouble?
I don't know,
F3.
right? It's only a check. One check is not enough. I think it's white.
I mean, so queen take h2 check, let's see. King f1.
I don't like queen h2, because then my knight will be hanging. I'm looking at bishop c5. Let me show you what I'm looking at. c4. So on a good day, you will, oh no, you'll go bishop f1. No, that's okay.
No, I cannot. That's a checkmate.
That's
on
a
h2.
checkmate. Oh, good. I'm a genius. Just a second. C4. What a lucky guy.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
I'm hoping you. Let's for argument's sake. This was where I was heading, and I was trying to set up what I thought was a very intriguing attack. Let's leave it at that. I suspect this is not going to happen. I think we're going to see Queen H5. That's much. Queen H3 is too aggressive.
Especially, it was clear that Ray is in his preparation. He played that Bishop D3 move really fast.
Yeah. By the way, Ray, as we've seen, he's been in his habitual time trouble mode, especially against Hikaru yesterday. That was just an incredible save by Ray. But this moment, he's at 12 minutes, which is good.
Fabiano has definitely slowed down in this one.
Once again, to remind folks who arrived late.
Yes, so in the Blitz game, the first game of today, Fabiano Caruana won with black pieces against Ray Robson.
Picking up 33-75 and maintaining his lead over second place Wesley. So, Bishop to D3. I'm a little bit surprised that Fabi has not played Queen H5 a la tempo, so to speak.
And it is here.
Yeah, he's spent a few minutes here. And we have been looking at Bishop F4?
Bishop E2 back, I believe, no? Or Bishop...
Was it because...
Wasn't Cristian saying Bishop E2, Bishop D3 back is a potential draw?
Because this was the line where we went Bishop E8.
Yes.
Yeah, but did we come to a conclusion about this piece sacrifice? My thought was that it was dangerous for black, but
It certainly is, but you have to take with the bishop on b5.
You have to take with the bishop on b5.
Because then you can exchange the queens. You have time to exchange the queens. That's
so you're saying bishop f4?
Yes.
And
now we take with the bishop.
We can't trade queens because we got checkmate and one, so we take with the bishop. And after pawn takes,
now I can exchange the queens first.
Gotcha.
Get the queens off the board. I don't want to see the queens with my king so fragile for the moment. Get it out and play this position as is.
But okay,
I'm not sure you can do that, right?
C4 I capture on A6.
Wow.
But then you take back. So C4, take on A6.
Okay, but what do you want me to do? Two pawns are on pre. So I have to play C4, don't I?
You do?
Okay.
No, I'm saying you go C4, you take on A6, and now you take back on A6.
Okay, but now I've got some really excellent... I'm going to win a pawn back. I'm going to play
Bishop E2 was just played. Guys, we might see a repetition.
Oh. Such an intriguing game. I was really looking forward to it. I don't know, but for me, I think I prefer to play Ray's position. He's invited a repetition with the move.
But he may repeat just one time.
That's a good point. That's a
Queen
very good point.
Just to gain some time, Bishop D3, and
Bishop
after
D3.
Queen H5, now choosing to go for Bishop F4, some complications.
Okay.
Because he needs to see if Fabi is okay with draw.
And
that Fabi is not going to retreat to Queen F7 and play a more passive position.
He's the one up on the clock. And Fabi says, you know what, let's keep it practical. Let's keep it objective. Queen to F5, the best move.
Agreed.
And now the question comes back to Ray. Do you want to try for more? And if you do, how do you do it? Do you go into that end game?
Yeah, no, that ending, I like white. Even though I was a pawn down, I thought I was going to win the pawn back. Again, just to...
right now I have to go Bishop D3 because, again, if I go first Bishop F4, you do have that F5, that E5, pardon me, move.
Right. To block.
Or no.
Bishop to D3.
Can I have no Bishop D3? So it's maybe both moves are possible.
Sorry, I apologize. What did I just do? You were suggesting...
So Bishop F4.
And I was going to E5.
Yes, and if I go now Bishop D3.
I'll go knight E4. And I'll maintain the threat of capturing on F4.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was the intention. We do have a repetition, Kate.
Let's wait and see.
Well, now Ray Robson can still play Bishop F4.
If you go Bishop E2, then that's it.
Draw.
Draw.
Queen F5
if
will
I'm
be third
Fabi,
time.
I just simply stop the clock, say Queen F5. 3 times repetition, that's it.
That's what I've got. But what I wanted to say about this ending was that after bishop f4, bishop takes b5, what you guys were showing me, I like the outcome at the very end. Takes, c4, and I don't think we pointed this one out to our audience. You can't take the bishop because I know that you wanted to play a7.
A7.
And after king...
Very sneaky move now, bishop b8, to protect that promotion square for my pawn.
Exactly.
That's a nice one.
It is.
That's a really nice one.
Bishop to b8, and white wins. That was why we were recapturing. And this is what I was thinking, that if I play here, and just for argument's sake, I'm not saying it's a good move or a bad move, I actually have this move also. b3. Now if you take, of course I can play rook b1 and regain my pawn on b3, but I can also do it by first intermezzo capturing on a6. And I like the 2 bishops here.
Because probably that pawn on b3 is not going to go anywhere. The rook is always going to recapture it.
Exactly. So we think that Ray should continue the game and not play the move bishop e2. Cristian, I'm tossing you the ball here. What about our other matches? Or you're still staying with this one?
Well,
please.
Just to make everything clear.
Yeah.
At this point, after rook ad1, c4 already, as you guys pointed very nicely out, white has the advantage.
Right.
Bishop to d6, though, is a very powerful, very powerful move. And in fact, I'm okay with giving you this pawn. I will take on f4 right now.
Right.
No more bishop to b8. So if you try to go a7, king d7 protecting e6, you take back rook a8, I take back my pawn. I should be fine.
You're happy.
I have very nice pawn structure on this side, right?
Okay.
So bishop to d6 is important, but if you don't play bishop to d6, then you're worse. So this is exactly what the 2 players are calculating, and that's why you see Fabi's not relaxing right now. He knows that he needs to find some moves if bishop f4 comes on the board.
Right.
So we'll see. We'll see if Ray takes the bull by its horns and goes bishop to f4.
There are certain players at the board I cannot read. Hikaru, he wears his emotions openly. He's disgusted. He's shaking his head. Fabi is one of those guys. I don't know, Fabi could be a rook up or a rook behind, and he always seems to have this very focused impression.
But Ray seems like he's not very happy. Maybe he's still recovering from the first game.
He certainly is. He was not happy with that one. I haven't seen Ray that upset in a long time, in fact, from a Blitz game.
Exactly.
But he just felt like he didn't get a single chance.
It.
Bishop e2, queen f5.
And he didn't claim,
I guess Fabi's like, look, if you want to play,
it's
we'll play. We'll go into that
Fabi is
endgame.
time up now, actually.
Oh, really?
Because Ray spent a lot of time thinking here whether
he had
to go
12.
for bishop f4.
He had 12 minutes on his bishop e2. I'm expecting that the players are going to be making a repetition. Because
another way to continue this game right now would be to go b4 in this position.
Ooh, b4. We'll come back to that, but I've just got an alert from VAR that Wesley
Looks like Wesley
blew
blundered.
Wesley has made a blunder. Oh my gosh. So they did go into this bishops of opposite color. Obviously a line of play that Wesley had prepped himself for. He must have felt like, oh, this is an easy draw, nothing to be done. And these 2 players have done a repetition. Ray is saying, what did I do in game 1? That was disgusting. And after check, king back, g5. Well, I'm not exactly sure what the blunder is.
Well, because now bishop d2, I'm threatening to go bishop c3.
There's
to
no
just
blunder,
pin the
he
pawn.
just missed bishop to d2.
I need to reroute that bishop on the
What would you have liked him to have
diagonal.
played?
No, he just missed bishop to d2 from afar. Like,
okay, so after bishop e3...
It's all the way back, and maybe b6 is the final decisive blunder. Like c6...
Maybe he didn't, maybe he should have just started with b6. And then bishop takes c7, rook
No,
d2.
you just have to play without the pawn.
Yeah, just give
You
up
go
the pawn.
c6, bishop e3, and now you do something like rook to e8, for example. Defending that bishop on e6, you allow white to take on c5 and suffer, suffer for the rest of the game. But it's a much better way and a much better position. Right now, you're just losing.
Clear.
I'm taking on f6. I'm connecting my 2 pawns. That's just it's going to be decisive.
that just cruising. Yuck. Okay, so once again, I will play bishop to f5. You will play bishop to c3.
That's already on the board.
I'll take a pawn.
Yeah, I'll take
You'll
on f6.
take on f6, I'm assuming with the bishop.
Yes.
And I'll try to pretend that I've got a light squared blockade, even though I'm not fooling anybody.
Yeah.
But
bishop e5, f4,
bishop e5.
king g4.
Okay, you're connected past pawns versus my majority. It's not even close. Your majority is much stronger.
If your pawn was instead of c6 like d4,
okay, we could be arguing.
it's
There's
a
nothing to
different
argue
story.
here.
This is over.
Yeah, he has played.
It's just too simple. Like you don't even have any counterplay as black.
By the way, for Leinier, a player who is used to being behind on the clock, I mean, he is just playing this. Ooh, bishop
Maybe a final
G6?
trick. A final little
Please
trick.
take my pawn.
Take on f6, bishop takes f6.
The cold shower moment.
This is
From
the
a winning
moment
position to a losing
a player
position.
needs to be very patient and play maybe king g4 or f4.
F4 would be, because you know you're going to want to play F4 in like almost every single position in the near future. You want to play F4. Of course, we all understand rook h2 is perfectly sensible, defending the pawn on c2, preparing bishop takes f6. Just don't play bishop takes f6 right away. I'm going to switch our attention to Hikaru's position. He's playing against Levon in the rapid.
Levon is having a passive position.
When we left it, White had made inroads on the queen side. He's ready to play this b5, pressing. For his part, you got to admire Levon's pieces. He's putting maximum pressure on the d4 pawn. And on a good day, what Levon is trying to do is play g5 and win, crash through on
White
d4.
is also targeting that pawn on c6. That's kind of left behind.
Okay, rook c8 and g4. Finally, taking away black's threat of g5, g4, g4 by white, and first impressions.
I really like this move, knight g8, knight e7, just realizing, okay, the knight is on the edge of the board, it's doing nothing, we need to activate it. So right now, black is guarding that c6, exactly as you are pointing out, and then the black rook is free to go.
Exactly. Also, I mean, white has an outpost on the f5 square. The knight on e7 is flexible enough. It may also consider one day going to the f4 square. I don't say the position is even. In fact, I think the position is actually very, very sharp. But I do like the pressure that white's structure is kind of putting on black. I would find myself drawn to the move king f2, king e3. I like defending the pawn on d4 and releasing the knight on e2 and maybe the bishop on c3. Jump in on this one, Cristian.
At the same time,
yeah.
it does feel like it's very even, right?
Right.
You do have that weakness on c6,
But
it's very well protected.
Yeah.
Very, very well protected. And
Right.
you do, as white, have the weakness on d4 as well,
Exactly.
which is also very well protected. I feel it's somewhat of a stalemate, it feels like, at the moment.
A standoff.
A standoff.
All right. Well,
Not a Zuzwang, like our producer likes. But
Tom
still.
loves that. Zwischen Zugs and Zugzwangs. He's become a real chess. Yeah. Leinier and Wesley. Well, for
Let's start with
Leinier,
that one,
by
just
the
because
way,
it feels like it's going to be decisive, right?
for Leinier, this would be redemption is strong. This would be a well-rewarded victory.
And a well-timed win.
Exactly.
Not the blitz, but the rapid.
Exactly.
But this is what he wants. Look, hey, if I lose the blitz, at least I win the rapid back.
Right.
And I get even more money
Yes.
in that regard. You want to win the ones that are weighed the most.
Yes. Choose your victories wisely. The semi-classic and rapid pays the best.
So it is time to play c3 here.
Yes.
Just to defend that pawn. Like it makes me a little nervous that it is still hanging and just retreating with the rook to h2.
Yes.
I want to do something active with that rook instead in the future.
I would not defend that pawn.
I would defend the pawn
king
with
g4. Push forward.
I would defend the pawn with both hands.
Me too.
You guys are too greedy. I would go king g4, just try to push f5 and get it over with.
Rook h2, rook d2, activating the rook, followed by king g4. That certainly has my blessings, as does the move c2, c3.
c3, then be rook h8.
Then you never have to worry about the pawn again. I mean, you just like, okay, that's it. That.
You know what I don't like about rook h2?
What?
Bishop f5. How do you make
Let's just
progress?
ask. Let's
how
just
do you
ask
make
ourselves.
the progress? I mean, I know you will make it somehow.
Right, but
let's
just ask ourselves that question. So we are looking at...
let's say I go king e8, right?
King e8. Okay.
It's
so
not pretty.
Finally, c3.
c3. You got your c3.
I'm not sure I prefer the rook on the d file instead of the 8th rank.
This is good.
This is good.
This is good. We're going to make nice little inroads.
Then bishop f6.
And then bishop goes back to f6. We'll put our king on h5.
Then maybe all the way to g7.
King
Let's make some moves.
e7
yes,
even.
Yes.
Okay, well now you provoked me. Okay, check.
I do. I have to. King f7 or e8.
Check.
You got another check in. King f8.
Okay.
Another pawn.
I can resist everything except temptation. 2 pawns, dude.
It's such an ugly position.
We won't force you to defend your decision.
So you have to go rook e2 here.
No, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad.
It's bad.
What can you say? Wesley's going to do his best.
I would
to
go
make
king
it,
g4.
but
I would give you the c2 pawn, and then I would just try to finish the game faster.
So explain yourself to us. We took the pawn on c2.
Now I go rook h2.
That was it?
And you are just happy you don't have the pawn.
For no reason, you just gave us a... Oh, you got king f5.
Yes.
Okay, then we're talking.
So let's go bishop e5, e4.
Okay.
Yeah, bishop e4, and now I go, let's say, either bishop f6 or...
We want to play f5.
Let's go bishop c3, sure.
So we want to play f5 so we can go g6, so we can go rook h7. I have to say this is excellent. This is really bad.
And if I go king g6?
No, I'm afraid that you're, even in this bishops of opposite color ending, I'm afraid that we're even going to lose this. Like you can take on h6, but I've got a feeling I'm going to win your bishop for the pawns.
Even if it's now the 4 pawns on the queen side?
Yeah, I just don't think, you get some position like this, right?
Yeah, you have king g5, king g6. Actually.
Yeah,
it's
these
very direct.
Right. Yeah, I don't like it. I agree with you.
It works as well.
King g4 is a good move.
Let's see. I mean, knowing Leinier
Leinier is burning his clock, so he's definitely he's making that struggle. Should I bother to save the pawn?
Just don't see the reason to give up the pawn.
Thank you.
Like you can make a mistake later, but
Thank you.
King g4 is going to be there. Like bishop f5 if they play right now. Like we just reroute the rook. It's going to take some time, but there are no risks.
Exactly. And by the way, a move that we didn't consider after, for example, c3.
Rook h2 on the board, by the way.
On the board. c3. What about this one? This one.
That was what I was talking about. That I like.
Okay. I'm giving black everything he wants, but at the same time, I don't see how we're really stopping this. Or maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I do have a light square blockade.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we should trade the rooks.
Okay. No, I was...
Because this is the only way that the bishop is actually excellent at creating a blockade together with the king on the light squares.
We do have rook h2, bishop f5 on the board. I think I was playing rook d2 in our previous moments. I also like...
C4.
Whoa! Okay. All the chess coaches in the world are suddenly moaning because they have been for generations teaching their progeny not to put the pawns on the same color as your opponent's bishop.
Especially when you have dark square bishop, it can never ever defend that pawn again.
Exactly, whereas the pawn will always be a target for the light square bishop. So every chess coach in the world would say, put your pawn on c3, and then this game by Leinier would be a model game to play. And instead, the coaches are all crying because Leinier has chosen to play c4 and all of their chess lessons are thrown out.
Just to try to explain it.
Yes, please.
This misstep,
right?
Let's call it like that. I think with the pawn on c3, what he didn't want to see on the board is black playing c4 and then covering that d file with bishop to d3.
Okay.
For example, if you go rook to d2, I go bishop to d3, and I'm saying that I have somewhat of a blockade.
Gotcha.
I'm not saying it's going to work,
no.
It's going to survive, but
right.
This
is a probable explanation as to why he chose c4 as opposed to c3.
Yes.
Nobody's buying it, but I mean...
And we have a move, so Wesley responded after c4.
With rook e7. And just saying, okay, I've got my light square blockade, try to make progress.
So after Leinier goes rook d2, then Wesley wants to respond with rook d7.
I think that's the intention, precisely.
Let's look at the same game.
But can he do that now, since all the black pawns, 3 of the 4 black pawns are on dark squares?
So you're saying let's go for the cascade, try to make try to snip them.
a4.
a4, oh my gosh. He's really...
No, I cannot defend this one. I don't know how to defend this one.
Coaches are crying. Coaches are tearing up their, guidelines.
Seeing that move like...
Yeah, I don't like a4. I don't know.
a4, I mean... By the way, I would have been very, very reluctant because now there's always this, bishop c2 kind of business. Even b5s start to make me a little bit nervous. I don't know, this seems a little wobbly.
So now the rook on the second rank actually has to do some defensive work, not to defend the pawn on c2, but maybe the square c2.
Exactly. Well, a moment ago we were thinking that the rook was going to come to d2. Leinier has a very, very different approach in mind. I don't think his intention is anything like a5 and bishop d6 type of things. King f3.
Maybe what if we just quickly jump to the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian? Because there's going to be a lot of jumping. They have knight endgames.
Handshake ahead?
Yeah, that's too closed up of a position. There's no way anybody can create anything.
Well, let me just say, Hikaru feels that he's the one pressing. If that's indeed true or not, I don't know. But he's got the advanced pawns, right? So maybe on a good day, Hikaru in his mind is thinking, I can jump here, I can jump here, I can jump here. What am I doing?
He's starting to do that, knight h5.
But then what?
No more jumping.
And by the way, Levon said, stop your jumping. No more jumping. No more knight to g7. Okay, can the knight somehow, how can the knight invade? I'm going to go to a5.
So you start knight e2?
Knight to e2,
That's
knight
fine.
to c1, knight to b3, knight to a5.
Okay, just put your knight on a5. I'll get my king on d7 whenever you put the knight on a5.
And again, I'm not jumping. Well, here we go. Where is that knight jumping to? D2, B3.
I'll go king d7 right now.
And you'll meet knight a5 with king d7. Fair.
Knight h5, king e7, so that I protect f6. Knight a5 with king d7, so I protect c6.
And from Levon's point of view, the knight on h6 is certainly looking for a better looking outpost as well. Knight f7, knight d8, knight b7, knight a5. It's a long way around.
But then always the king is just going to move to e3 and everything is
Let's
safe.
just stay with a more interesting game.
This looks like it's a balanced game. We're going to jump back to
Leinier Dominguez against Wesley. So
can Leinier
break through?
And he has done B3, and we were just talking about this idea that now the rook is going to be passively patrolling bishop c2 square. B5, rook over, rook takes. Here comes, well, can I play B4?
Do we put the pawn on B4 and try to say, bishop c2 is a threat now? Does anybody believe me?
Yes. Yes, I do.
You believe me? Okay, this is
a draw.
Official, a draw.
Right.
And the two players
They
are
seem to have a
sharing
good
laugh.
time.
They know each other well. For those of you joining us late, Cristian was giving us the highlights of how those two players play against one another. When we saw 120 odd games that they played with,
I think more than that.
I was thinking they could write a trilogy on
like
their
160,
contest.
yeah.
And the first game was
Wow.
what, 23 years ago?
A long time ago. Yes, 22 I think it was next week, but
Yeah.
they know each other for a long time.
I'm telling you, I think Leinier has really, sorry to say this, mishandled his business here. He has given Wesley a clear shot at counterplay, bishop c2.
So
this
if we
didn't
give
have to
check
happen.
now, rook b7,
Let's say I just go back.
you're just going to go rook e7, right?
I didn't even see that. I was just dropping back with the king, but now that you mention it, what's wrong with rook e7?
No, that's the problem, that now we cannot trade the rooks.
And
at
if you
all.
play rook back, what's the problem? And if you go back, this is the current position. And in the meantime, the king is not getting to d2 to prevent bishop to c2.
I mean, I don't see a way that we can improve the position of the white king. There's no way, right?
Right.
So we need to try to force the bishop away from f5 so we can maybe start pushing the pawns.
So we'd have king g4. Okay.
So how do we do that?
So following what your suggestion is I'm going to move my bishop, let's say bishop f6, but even here I've got to wait for you to capture the pawn. Like if I try to play king g4, this is a little bit,
Yeah.
never mind the fact that my king isn't so great on g4. Again, I feel that this is not a clean way of winning the two connected pass pawn position that he had.
Because now when the white pawns on the queen side are blocked on the light squares, the light square dark bishop is just going to go after them.
Absolutely.
What I'm worried about
Leinier.
But the engine is still happy. It seems that white is much better there.
Not happier than it was a few moves ago is the problem.
And here we go, rook a6, and Leinier has not made any progress. Rook a6, and now...
You're not going to take on b3.
So let's say I go here.
I don't think you're going to take on b3, right? Or maybe you will take right now.
I have to take on b3.
Yeah, after rook a5, you take on b3.
Okay.
But I'm thinking about getting ready to meet bishop takes b3 with f5.
Okay, so let's go bishop a1. Just go away. Just go. So bishop takes b3, now we understand what white has in mind. f5, g6, rook a7, and this bishop patrols the long diagonal. So bishop a1.
50 seconds for Leinier right now. Wesley is starting to believe.
Rook
Wesley is starting to
eight.
dream about maybe saving
Rook
this one.
a2.
I didn't see that.
I think I can take that. I can take that pawn.
Rook e7 check. Okay, so his different. So what he's saying is now in case of rook e7, I have g6 check.
But king g6?
But now I can go king g6 because you do not have king g4.
What's your plan after king g6?
King g6. So you want to hide out on f5 after
Yes.
rook g7?
Yes.
Good point. Sorry.
I just don't see it. Like, what's,
King.
what's the deal
this
after
is
king
just-
g6?
This is just even, guys.
Wow.
Wesley saved it.
And by
Wesley's
the way,
going to save it.
Leinier had, seriously, like 10 minutes, he had an extra pawn, beautiful ending. And C4, A4. Maybe this will go back in the coach's book as a model of what not to do is not to play C4 and A4. And after rook G7 check on the board, king F5 forced, as we would like to say.
But the king is safe there.
It's
completely
beautiful.
safe. Yes.
And the pawn on C4 is hanging. I'm going to capture it on my next move.
No,
Wow.
I think you just give checks right now.
I, recognizing the trend is not my friend, I'd probably give a perpetual check and say, I apologize. I played this ending very badly.
I guess you can try to go rook F7 followed by rook F8 and try to hint at ideas of going F5, but
Leinier has 23 seconds. Wesley saw 1 minute 51 seconds.
I wouldn't be playing too many games here. I would be like, I pitched it.
Just kind of
But you're saying rook F8?
And it is on the board.
On the board. Rook F8, dreaming of F4, F5.
okay, let's defend against that. Let's go bishop C2.
I'll probably move my rook. Oh, no, move the rooks, allow rook
E7,
F6.
F5 is the problem.
Pardon me?
Rook E7, F5.
Oh, that's a sneaky
Rook
move.
E7, what?
F5 check, and you
check.
cannot capture the pawn on G5 because there is bishop F6.
Nice. Thank you.
This would be over.
That clears the cobwebs. So I do have to play bishop C2 or bishop check?
Bishop C2.
Bishop C2.
King E3.
Okay, so rook F, bishop C2, king E3. Is it time to play B3? Just,
Suddenly we have a runner.
well, I might on a good day be able to play rook takes E5.
Bishop B1.
No,
Wesley chose bishop B1.
And Leinier, feeling the heat of the clock, has now picked up the pace considerably. King to D2, bishop E4 on the board. Why haven't I played B3 though?
Because that pawn on B3 would be corralled by the king with king C3. And then you have to defend it with bishop C2. You might run out of moves.
Okay.
I think he wants that pawn on B4 just so that the king cannot approach it.
Okay, rook A8 on the board. I'm going to refresh my board, everybody. Rook A8. Tell me about the clock times, Kate.
So Leinier has 33 seconds, Wesley 1 minute 21 seconds.
And remind me of the bonus time that these
10 seconds
10
increment.
seconds. That's considerable. I can build up some clock time. We can't really do that in the Blitz because I'm only getting 2-second bonus. So 10 seconds for each move completed. And a minute for Wesley. But isn't it time to play king F5 and... whoa. Didn't see that coming. I was about to say, isn't it time to play like
Wait,
king
can
F5?
we play G? No, okay, G6 we cannot play. That will be losing. So how to lose the game? Play G6 and ignore your rook.
Wesley also picking up the pace a bit. I like the bishop on F5, I must say. That covers the D7 square to begin with. And
you want to trade rooks.
Indeed, it presents the opportunity for a rook trade with rook to D7. And Leinier is, again, feeling that clock. Var points out that instead of bishop F5, rook E8 was something to be considered,
Because
and
the rook
probably
is trapped there
immediate
in
draw.
a way. It forces a rook trade.
Trading rooks. Rook D7. Rook D7. Can I start to get a little bit aggressive with my rook? My rook has been passive. You know, rooks long behind
I'm not
passed
sure you
pawns and all
want to
that.
do that, though, is the problem.
What?
I don't think you want to do that too much, because then I have ideas of getting my rook on the 6th rank, rook F6 somehow.
I don't know. I feel that the bishop on F5 is such a great blockader. He has played rook E8, so
Rook D6,
and then rook to D,
and then rook
D-
D1, yeah, or rook D2.
Luckily, the king is no longer on D2, so
rook
there
to
is an
D2.
escape square.
And
D7, looking at rook D7 ideas. You just simply don't have enough squares. You're running one square behind to be able to make that final push to get those pawns going.
And I feel like Leinier is really burning clock again. Tell me the
He's
clock
playing on
times.
increment right now.
10
He's
seconds.
Oh, underneath 10 seconds, you're about to say, right?
5 seconds.
We did see earlier in the Blitz, we did see Levon overstepping on the clock. Rook did want to trade rooks.
Well,
this feels like...
If you don't, then Rook H2 might be the only move.
But this feels like Wesley's chances are
3
no
seconds.
worse.
Come on, Rook H2.
Wesley's chances are no worse.
Leinier is pushing it. First 5 seconds on the clock, and 3 seconds, the next one 1 second.
That's it, that's it. Okay, but he does have a threat. Rook H6 and Rook F6.
I don't think Wesley wants to go Rook D3 and overpush this one.
So just Bishop G6? Can we do that?
I would...
Oh, he goes for it.
Rook D1.
I don't know about that.
I like this decision. I do. I'm thinking I've got Rook check.
That's a check. King A2.
King A2, B3.
King A3, but now there's no more checks. I don't know.
Bishop G6.
I like Bishop
F5,
G6.
F5, F5.
F5, Bishop takes F5, Rook F6, King E7 is what he wants.
And then I have King E6 attacking both pieces.
Ooh, that is a nasty. Let's just point out what I have missed. I saw this, and you guys, Wesley would have won. What a trap. That is
Rook H8, Rook D2 was played. Okay.
That was...
Don't go forward, because Bishop C2 might be a problem.
Should he... Can I take a pawn? I'm a pawn grabber. Rook C2 check. Rook takes C4.
And suddenly it's black who has more pawns on the board.
That's what I'm saying.
How did that happen?
How did that happen? And Wesley says, you know what? Give me that pawn.
Oh, now be careful. Do not capture the pawn on B3 right now.
And nothing, you know, for the last 20 moves, these pawns have been stuck in the mud. They haven't moved. And in the last 20 moves, I've taken the B3 pawn, I've taken the C4 pawn, and I pushed my pawn to B3.
I think Wesley might be thinking about winning this one right now.
I mean, it started 4 pawns against 3 on the queen side, and suddenly it's 3 pawns against 0 on the queen side.
He believes he can win this one.
By the way, Rook B4, and he's starting to think, okay, he's played Bishop E4 just to defend the pawn on C6, but he's got Rook B4, and there's no way Wesley is losing this, and I think it's a 2-result game, but now in Wesley's favor.
No, but that one is a draw, I think. King C1.
King C1, C5?
Bishop D6.
Ah, no, pardon me. King C1, King E6. King C1, King E6.
Bishop G7.
C5.
Yeah, but I'm just simply going to stay like that. C5, Bishop F8.
Okay, sorry, I'm just going to refresh my board. Apologies, everyone. King B2, Bishop D5 on the board. So Wesley is saying, you can go ahead, but I've got your promotion square covered with my king. Wesley was saying that if he could play C5, C4, then he could win. But I think we do have a...
Yeah.
Because white also wants to push F5, right?
Exactly.
That's a problem. Those
so
are also
we do have a repetition. This became far more eventful than I think Leinier intended. And for Wesley, it kind of dodged a bullet, frankly.
Absolutely.
He might go King C5. He might be like, you know what, your pawns are not that dangerous.
You think he's analyzing King C5?
I think he's going to go King C5.
You're right. He is testing the waters here. F5, King C4, and he's looking at C5, King D3, and C4. He's saying, your pawns are getting stuck. My bishop, whatever you do, my bishop is going to...
It still must be a draw, right? But...
Well,
with what move is the question? G6 or F6? Which one do you go forward with?
It doesn't matter, right? G6, for example, I'll go bishop here.
Right, I have to go G7 right now.
And then I go back. And now I've got your pawns firmly blocked. So and in the meantime...
Started with F6, but same story.
Same story, right? I'll go bishop back to F7.
Okay,
and
so I go bishop D6, right?
C5.
Okay. Bishop E7.
King has to go back. C4, C3.
It's a problem.
My goodness, I'm thinking Wesley's going to win this game.
This is crazy.
I mean, your bishop has to guard the C3 square, and I think the bishop is wrong on the E7 square.
Despite the fact that we are being told by the engine on your left that this is equal,
it's not.
I don't think this is going to end in a draw. I think Wesley will win this one.
Okay, so let's imagine that we go back. Yeah.
Bishop G3 with the idea to
C5.
And it is on the board.
And bishop to E1, just to keep an eye on the B4 pawn and the C3 square.
It's the only way, and he found it.
Because now, when black goes king B5,
yes.
If black went instead of bishop G6, okay,
right.
just
Oh my
the
goodness,
problem is
this
that
was-
you need to be defending that pawn on B3.
Exactly, he found a way. Wow.
So now we go king to B5.
Yeah,
were
if you
about
go
to
now,
tell.
then there's G6. So I'm forcing the bishop to get out.
The very moment, well, one moment before I could play C4.
Right on time.
And
Wow.
you force, and I get to take the pawn.
And this was the only way, by the way.
But this
After
was
bishop f7, if you lose one more move, you're lost.
That's what I mean.
Get the bishop on that D.
Oh,
And now it's a draw.
Leinier.
this was wow.
It was close.
So white playing completely for win, and suddenly only one move to defend the position.
It was close.
And here we
Now
go.
G6.
This is the
Now
moment of
G6.
truth. G6, and Leinier found it.
And now it's perfect because we are guarding the C3 pawn, C3 square. So
Yes.
whenever the pawn gets there, we just capture it with the bishop, and that's it.
Put the king
Exactly.
on B2, bishop to E1, bishop to D2. Those are the only two moves that you need to play. Or bishop to E3.
I would keep the bishop on E1 too.
Leave it on that diagonal so you cannot go king D3
Yes.
and C4. Okay.
And he's waiting for C4 so that he can play bishop to E1. He's just waiting for that opportunity to give up the bishop for the two pawns.
Yeah. He knows.
What an eventful game.
It had more content than Leinier, pardon me,
How did
Leinier
Leinier
intended.
almost lose this?
I mean,
It's incredible. But even when he was so close to losing, he found the best path.
yeah.
By the way, with 3 seconds on his clock.
I mean, nerve of steel. Wow.
Yes. Yes. Well, there's a Ray Robson school of time trouble.
And now C3, and we can capture it.
Yeah.
And we can breathe.
Wow. Great epic fight, by the way. Nice. Nice. And
Both of
by the
them
way, that was a
smiling.
very important draw for our leaderboards.
Yeah.
If Wesley had won that, I think he leapfrogs Fabi. But
If he wins, yes.
if he won,
If he wins this one, but
yeah. I mean,
can
how do
you
you?
talk about Wesley winning this game after the opening phase?
No,
Two
no.
pawns down, no compensation, and he somehow manages to turn it all around.
I mean, I think this game is just telling you do not put pawns on the same color of your opponent's bishop. Just leave that.
Look at Leinier. He's laughing at himself.
Well, no. What he should do is, if I was Leinier, I'd come over to the players, I'd hug them both, and I say, guys, listen to the wise old man. Do not put your pawns on the same color as your opponent's bishop. And with the rapid games, tell us the results, Kate.
Let's take a look. So here we have the first match between Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian. Hikaru won the Blitz game, but now there is a draw in the rapid game.
All the Blitz games were decisive, but I think all the rapid games turned into...
And Leinier Dominguez losing the Blitz game, but
Yes.
really close to winning the rapid game. But Wesley so kind of managed to turn it around, not only to equalize, but also to maybe play for a win, but it was a draw at the end.
We almost gave it to Leinier. We were like, okay, he's going to win this one easily.
Yeah,
Wesley
wow.
with
And
another
the third
incredible
match
defense.
here, we have Fabiano Caruana, who won the Blitz match and made a draw in the rapid.
Yeah, I was going to say Ray was very, very happy with his solid play in the second game as white. he equalized out of the opening, did Ray, with white. That first game, the Blitz, by the way,
It all
was
comes
terrible.
down to the championship, classical,
Right.
semi-classical game.
Right. Well,
going to win.
also our predictions. I mean, I feel
Oh.
like all three of us are still in the running with the final game. And
think so.
I don't know what Ben Underwood stat line, the pie chart was like.
The prediction game is a game of
Here
skill.
we go. A game of skill, you
It's
say?
a game of skill, yes.
Ooh, well, with a leaderboard coming up, we'll have to figure out who's got the most skill. Eric there with Ray. I think Eric's on the outside looking in. And tell us about the leaderboard.
Let's take a look.
Okay.
We have as a leader still Fabiano Caruana with $41,125.
Right.
Second, Wesley and third, Nakamura, just a little bit above Ray Robson.
Right, because the Hikaru flipped with Ray. Ray was in third, but because Hikaru won the Blitz, and there's a Levon.
And I want to say that
Yes.
right now it is only Wesley that can catch Fabi. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that if Fabi
Sounds like-
loses and Nakamura
$7,000
wins,
difference
Yes.
between Fabi and Hikaru.
yeah,
If Fabi loses, he gets how much from a losing game of Classical? I believe he gets close to 4,000, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So then he would have enough
to
even
the
surpass
cushion. Yeah.
Hikaru if he
And
wins.
we have a little bit of a break between the rapid and the classical.
Mm-hmm.
And as we go on break, I believe that you had a nice interview
I'm going right now.
with Ray for our audience to enjoy. All right, we'll see you on the other side of the break with everything to play for.
Absolutely.
Champion Showdown.
Ray, first of all, welcome back to St. Louis. This is going to be a very exciting new format, triathlon of chess, semi-classical, rapid, and blitz. You're known as much of a speed demon. How do you feel this one is going to play? Will it be in your favor? How do you feel about the format?
Well, I really have no clue. I haven't played a format like this. Even the semi-classical time control, I don't think I've ever played. The last time I played a Game 60, maybe I played the National Game 60 Championships one year in the US, like around 2017, but that was still slightly different, no 30-second increments. So yeah, one entirely new time control, and then also 3 games, I guess, on the same day, which I guess rapid games I've done, or blitz games obviously, but not this mix. So and my opponents are really strong. So I'm not like thinking it's a big upgrade for me to like be playing only fast chess, but I'm definitely looking forward to it.
How do you adjust your pace in the middle of the day, right? Because you start with blitz, very fast pace, follow it up with rapid, and then classical, semi-classical. You have to adjust to that. Do you have any strategies to do so?
I feel like that order is probably better for me than the opposite. The other way, if I started with a slower time control, then I'd be used to being slow, which I'm already prone to. And then by the time I got to blitz, I might be moving too slowly. So I think having to start fast could only help me. Even if I'm still playing a little bit faster by the time I get to the longest time control, that's probably still a good thing for me.
Another new thing about this format is that there is an attached prize fund to each and every game. Do you feel that's going to bring more pressure to you specifically? And how do you feel is going to impact your opponents as well?
I mean, maybe slightly more than my opponents, because I assume they're all richer than me. But besides that, no, I'm not really thinking about it. I'm just, I mean, I feel like every match is I'm gonna think of every match just like a battle and try to win as much as I can. Not so much thinking about like, I know that's how they determine the pairings and stuff, but I'm really just trying to do my best in each match.
Who do you feel you're going to have the most explosive match out of all these players? You've met him quite a few times along the years. Who do you feel is, let's say, the most classical matchup for you?
I guess I don't know, right, who I'm gonna play except for the first one. I think I'm playing Leinier. After that, I mean, it would be really fun to play Hikaru, I think, because I guess we haven't really played over the board regular chess in like classical or rapid or blitz, I mean, and over the board chess. So, and he's like such a great player, and he's known for like faster time controls, although he's also known for all time controls. But yeah, I think that would be really fun. And I haven't played him as much, I would say, compared to the other ones, because he doesn't always play all the events that everyone else is playing in every year. So I think that would be the most fun.
Now, a bit of a fun question to finish things off. Who do you feel out of this field fears you the most?
I wouldn't say they have much reason to fear me. I mean, a few of them I've at least beaten in some matches, like in the American Cup last year, for example. Against some other people, I've never won anything in any format anywhere, so they definitely don't fear me. The ones who I've beaten, I guess they might respect me a little bit more, but I don't think any of them fear me yet. Hopefully after this tournament.
Well, it's going to be a fun one for sure. Thank you very much for taking time and good luck in the event.
Thanks.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
America's most exciting double elimination tournament is back for its 4th straight year. The American Cup takes place at the World Chess Hall of Fame in the chess capital of the United States, St. Louis, Missouri. Beginning March 15th, 16 competitors across 2 fields will compete for a $400,000 prize fund, going head-to-head until 2 champions are left standing. Top players, including defending champion Levon Aronian, with past winners Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, are all looking to add a second American Cup title to their names. While rising star Abhimanyu Mishra will be making his American Cup debut. In the women's field, defending champion Alice Lee aims to repeat last year's success, while Irina Krush sets her sights on a 3rd American Cup crown. Meanwhile, U.S. women's champion Carissa Yip steps onto the American Cup stage for the first time. Don't miss the action on Monday, March 24th, when the American Cup Blitz brings together eliminated players and local titled competitors for a fast-paced showdown. With fresh faces and established legends, it's the knockout event you won't want to miss. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
10 years, 1 legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Champions Showdown, the Kings. We are soon going to start a semi-classical chess, but right now, let's review the results.
Indeed, we've had 2 games, Blitz and Rapids. Take it away, Kate.
In the first match, Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian, Hikaru won the Blitz game. There was a draw in the Rapid game, and Hikaru is cashing $7,875.
And in our next head-to-head,
another eventful Blitz game. Wesley saw 1 Blitz. I mean, the Rapid game, that is
crazy.
Crazy game. Leinier, Dominguez made a draw there against Wesley Saw. And it is Wesley Saw who is cashing here more, $7,875.
And finally, our tournament leader.
It is Fabiano Caruana against Ray Robson. Fabiano won the Blitz game, and there was a draw in the Rapid game, and Fabiano is cashing $7,875.
And in the leaderboard,
nothing changed much here, I believe. After the Rapid game, it is Fabiano who is the leader here with $41,125. Second, Wesley Saw $38,875. And third, Hikaru Nakamura, $35,125.
I think mathematically, is Hikaru eliminated from the first place? Should Fabi lose and
I think he can catch him.
Just at the end.
To the dime.
But let's go to the statistical. Ben Underwood, after 15,000 tournament simulations, tell us.
So this was the pre-tournament chart for the chances to win the tournament. It was Hikaru who was leading the percentage here with 29.3%. And second was Fabiano Caruana. But it changed then. It was Wesley Saw who won the first day.
Exactly.
And then his chances were
to win
51.3%.
He had 50% and more. But suddenly the script flipped again.
It is Fabiano who is leading now after round 2 Rapid. 60.4%.
That was the crucial victory of Fabiano against
and
Wesley
then
after that.
Finally, with the Blitz and the Rapid in the history books,
it is still Fabiano with 62.1%. Wesley Saw 29.6%. I thought Ray Robson doesn't have any chance anymore.
He definitely doesn't, especially after these 2 games. This was at the beginning of the day.
Right.
Right now, with 2 games in the books, Fabiano has extended his lead because he only has to worry about Hikaru maybe catching him up to the dime if Hikaru wins and Fabiano loses, or Wesley surpassing him if he has a positive result and Fabiano loses.
But let's be truthful. It's all about us. Your pick and my pick.
That's the battle. That's the battle right
That's
there.
what it's all about.
That's the battle right there.
I still hope I have some chances there.
No, okay, you're out of it.
Sorry.
You don't have any cards. You don't have any. And all of these players on the next event, Kate, coming up.
They are going to be playing in the American Cup.
Yeah, that's always a fun double elimination match event. You see,
so we are moving away from the open and kind of round-robin tournaments to matches.
Yes. I've always liked that personally. Swisses, they have their place when you want to do a qualifier, but I always like match play. It's just much fun.
And for those who are in the Central West End,
come on down.
Come to the St. Louis Chess Club. There is International Master Eric Rosen and Women Grandmaster Talia Cervantes who are doing live commentary.
Bring your questions as they will answer
everything.
They know the answers. That is International Master Eric Rosen, along with Talia. Talia, I believe, is also playing in the
Yes,
American
she will
Cup.
be playing the American Cup for the women's section.
Okay, if you're Fabiano,
Sure.
and you've finally got the white pieces, Ray, in the second game, he kind of showed that he's afraid. He didn't pick up the gauntlet. And
I'm not sure if he was afraid or perhaps he was just trying to bounce back psychologically also.
because it was such a bad
Blitz
game.
He was disgusted
Of course.
after that Blitz game, just because he didn't get the chance to get into that game.
No, he lost 2 pawns out of the
Easy
opening.
position, make a draw, go to the next one. He just lost in 5 seconds, 2 pawns, and that was pretty much it. Sure, he maybe could have gotten back into the game, but with 2 seconds on the clock, playing on increment, you're not going to be able to do so. He didn't like that game. So with the white pieces in the rapid, tried to put some pressure, was surprised by Fabiano's French
defense.
and he just didn't want to push it too far.
He pulled the parachute. But I'm saying,
Let's pull the parachute and make
Kate, I'm saying I'm Fabi. I've played very well. I've won my
I'm
matches.
trying to win this one.
I'm going to win.
Oh,
I
yes,
want to
for sure.
clinch with the white pieces. So I want an advantage. How is he going to do it? E2, E4?
E4, yeah, I would go.
And then
E4.
comes the Najdorf, C5.
Oh,
Ray.
Thank you very much. I'll take the Najdorf.
Because that's what Ray does. I mean, he did it against Leinier. No
Knight
Najdorf.
F3, no
Ooh.
No
I
Najdorf,
I
okay.
don't have a
Okay.
solution for the Najdorf.
You know
Knight
what the
F3.
problem might have been? You know, what was the last Najdorf that Fabi played in classical? In classical, not semi-classical, but classical.
What's that?
It was against Donchenko here in St. Louis.
Yes.
At the
and
St.
the
Louis
bishop
Masters.
D5, bishop E2.
And he lost that one, so some
Bad
bad memories.
memories.
Some bad memories from that one. He
Knight
wants to
F3.
avoid that.
Okay, by the way, Ray just picked up the gauntlet there. Knight F3, D5, D5, C4, D4. Of course, if you're interested in playing a Slav, C7, C6 is your go-to.
Let's go G5.
E7, E6 is... What?
Let's go G5.
D4,
Okay,
V4, and C5,
Bishop B2.
Bishop B2. I was black against Victor Korchnoi, and Victor, he played against me, not Bishop B2, he played against me G3, and it was a very funny thing because we had a reversed Benko Gambit on the board. Bishop B2, is this the latest and greatest? Bishop
There's a lot of
B2.
ways in which you can play this one. Bishop B2 is the main move, by far, yes.
But, okay, now that you've committed your... Can I play Knight C6?
Knight 6 is a move.
B5, Knight A5?
Not the main move. And in fact, it hasn't been played that often.
Because you can still play E3, I guess.
Yeah, E3.
I was trying to get you to play... I was trying to get an E5. Okay, Bishop B2, by the way, Knight F6, came rather quickly by Ray.
Main move in the position.
Okay. Go ahead, take it away, Cristian. What happens? What is this line
There's just a
called
lot of ways you
first?
can play it. And G3, as Fabi just played, is the main move in the position. You can also just take on C5 first. Again, it's all about black managing to get E5 in.
Precisely.
For example, the idea being that I'm going to wait for you to take on C5. Now I will go knight to C6, follow it up with E5, and then I'm going to recapture the pawn on C5 with my bishop, reestablishing material balance. So that's why we're seeing this G3. It seems like somewhat of a reversed Benoni type of situation, right? With the pawn already on B4. It's a bit provocative, I'm not going to lie. This is a very provocative way to play with the white pieces.
Right.
But, you know, queen to C7, again, it's all about getting that E5 in, bishop to G2, maybe E5, castle. We're going to get E3.
No queen C7 yet, but that's the main move.
This is the main move, yes,
Gotcha.
yes. Again, it's going to be a very dynamic game. White is going to try to go E3, open things up in the center, put pressure on the pawn structure. If black manages to consolidate the pawn structure in the center, then you might even be striking for an advantage with the black pieces.
Can I be, I like to be my provocative best. Let's say I had to win with the black pieces. Is capturing on B4 outlandish? The idea is, if you take with the bishop, I'm going to go knight C6.
Okay.
So you're going to take with the knight.
I want to take with the knight, yes.
I'm going to go E5. Where do you go?
Let's go back to F3.
And I'm going to kick you some more, just because I love attacking with the tempo.
And
maybe you're not so happy.
No, but I will take
Knight
with the bishop.
E5.
Of course you will.
I will take
So
with
from
the
the very start, you take with the bishop. I attack your bishop.
Okay, knight c6.
You're going to
Gonna
go
go
bishop back to b2. I'm going to put a e5. Is this completely outlandish?
Can I take that?
Yasser, you are giving up pawns.
I know. I fell out of bed and it was a very bad experience. And here, of course, the dream would be to play queen to d5, right? I'm not going to be able to do that. Can I play bishop to c5, knight to g4, knight e4?
So you want to target that f2 square, that pawn.
I'm trying to exploit the bishop is in the center of the board, and I'm not exactly sure how.
I think you're far away from that. E3,
far away?
Yeah, just e3.
E3, and I'm not getting there.
If I get bishop
pity,
to d4,
yes.
then it's a problem.
And this explains why queen c7 has been the go-to move, followed by e7, e5. Again, you're trying to stabilize the pawn on d4. You don't want it to be
Because that pawn is guarding the square on c3. It is doing a very good job.
Preventing knight c3, absolutely.
But I feel we were asking the wrong question
Please.
at the beginning of this game. We were saying, okay, how is
if you're
Fabiano
Fabi-
going to put pressure with e4?
Right.
I don't think he wants that. I just think he wants to get a novel type of position in which we know that Ray is going to spend a lot of time. And he knows as well. Ray is prone to spending a lot of his time. And we've seen that against Hikaru.
Countless.
20 seconds against 20 minutes. That was that game. He played that move, bishop to b4, the best move, by the way, in the position.
Amazing.
With 2 seconds and managed to save that. But, you know, it's not going to be easy
You
to do
could
that
die
against
by
Fabi.
that sword.
Yes.
That's
Easily,
two-edged. As Ray goes into his thinking tank, I'm going to ask you, Kate, guide me. Where would you like me to take
Let's go to Levon Aronian against Hikaru Nakamura. Because
one
Hikaru is
game I
playing the
didn't-
same opening as he was playing against Ray Robson.
Except-
that early h6 move in the Joko piano.
Except rook a3. That is really ultra-modern stuff. Okay, as you were saying, Joko piano, the top
There was the
players in the world.
g5, right? Against
Yes.
maybe Ray Robson or Levon.
Yeah.
Maybe that was actually Wesley saw against Levon with a very similar
With the well,
position.
no, the knight went to g6. I thought it was a Hikaru game.
Okay, but we are seeing
It was
structures
Hikaru Ray.
just very often.
Yeah, yes,
Hikaru Ray.
Hikaru Ray. Bishop to b6, all very standard stuff. A4, A5. Normally speaking, now that the pawn is on a5, we try to bring our knight to the c4 square. So bishop to b3, h3. I can imagine hundreds of games so far. But rook a3, okay. Explain yourself.
That rook wants to go to the king's side, maybe when the pawns get out, and then.
So you think he's looking 15 moves ahead to slide the rook from a3 to g3. This is a novelty. No way that anybody has ever attempted this before. Don't do this at home.
But it's definitely a home preparation because Levon has 59 minutes on the clock.
How do you even come to the determination? So I'm sitting here. I always talk to my pieces. How are you doing? Everybody happy? The bishop.
That's
on
okay,
C4,
Yasser. We are not going to tell on
Hey,
you.
look. I have a good psychologist. Trust me. I pay a lot of money. I would say the knight on d2 would be saying to me, I don't feel like I'm helping the team.
Yeah, I could
I'm
do
in
better.
the way of the bishop. I mean, knight f1 absolutely would be a first move. Bishop b3 in order to play knight to c4. I'd be thinking to myself, how could I improve the knight? Otherwise,
I even like h3, because very often you go knight g4, move the king to h8, and then even try for f5. This is a kind of a setup I played at the Olympiad once, and it's a very nice, flexible way and attractive.
So h3 comes into my mind. Rook a3 is not only not on the agenda, I'd almost feel like if I did that, everybody on my team would be crying. Because the rook, it's not clear what the rook is doing here. Help me out, Cristian. How did Levon come up with this? This is amazing.
I'm supposed to help you out on this.
How did he come up with rook a3?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I do remember. I do remember this rook a3. I've seen it at some point, but when the whole third rank
is clogged up.
Clogged up doesn't make any sense, right?
Right.
It's free, right? After d4, take, and then you play rook a3 to swing it all the way to g3.
Then it's obvious.
But just get ready with the move rook to a3 like this. It doesn't make as much sense. And in fact, the big question is, since you haven't played knight to f1 yet,
right,
what do you do about this move? Let's say you defend, right?
I have to play
with rook to e2. King to h8, very typical, by the way, very typical idea to go knight to g4 and then meet.
You're ready to play f5?
h3.
Right.
I will go f5. I'll give you that knight. You can take, and now you have to deal with queen h4.
And even g3 is a trick because
is a big
pressure on that diagonal.
Exactly. For example, if you go knight to h2, now
you're
I go
begging
g3.
for g3.
If you go knight to f3, well, bishop to g4, I'm going to sacrifice on f3.
Yes, you
Queen
are.
to h4, you get checkmated.
Absolutely.
You're getting checkmated right now. You can
Deservedly so, I was going to say, yes.
You can sit bar as well. So, I don't know, knight to g4 right now is a big move. But what if I just play the normal knight to e7? This is the typical plan. Knight to e7, knight to g6, c6, and then d5. This is what you want to get,
of course,
as black. Strike in the center.
So can I go d4 now?
Sure you can. Yes,
I want to open that third
Maybe I go knight to
rank for the rook.
I'm not going to take on d4, at least not yet. Now if you go knight f1, now I will take on d4, and I will take on e4 as well.
Exactly.
And this is a very good position because I already secured my king with the knight around it.
Right.
d5, two bishops, and this one is looking really good for black. So, rook to a3, maybe he's bluffing. I don't know. Maybe he actually analyzed this random looking move at home, and you can see on Hikaru's face, leaning back in chair, he's trying to understand
what's going on.
What is this move doing in the position? Can I go knight g4, king h8? Let's see how he reacts.
You know, sometimes you just think to yourself, there's a glitch in the matrix, and these guys see so many positions, and sometimes they combine ideas from one file to the next, and this was like one file merging.
But look at Hikaru. Even looking at the border. Okay, now he's looking, but
Hikaru's looking at he's saying.
It's like he's confused. Like, really?
Knight g4 and f5. That's a very compelling line of play because it's
G4,
also very forcing.
King h8, f5.
Yeah. So knight g.
Bishop c5.
Basically asking the question, are you going to go back with the rook?
Why not? You know, like bishop e5. What is that rook on a3 doing?
Okay, just asking a question. Are you putting your rook on b3? Really? I
rook
don't
a2.
think.
Okay.
Rook a2. But now, after bishop b6, now we understand why the rook went to a3 because now.
Because now the rook can be guarding that f2 square. Pawn at some moment.
Okay.
That was a deep preparation.
Deep preparation. I think Hikaru missed an opportunity. I really do. I think the move knight g4 would have caused consternation for Levon. Levon loves this stuff as black. He likes playing knight to g8, king h8, knight g8, f5. So he knows that this has a real big dollop of poison for white. Didn't happen, and I'm going to go to our third game. Where is Wesley So?
Wesley So against Leinier Dominguez.
Wesley getting the white pieces here. He had black in the Blitz and the Rapid, had a very eventful Rapid as he seized a losing position and went to an ending where he was losing and nearly won that game. Leinier, just at the very end, managed to survive. Queen's Gambit accepted, ending very, very balanced, 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. Wesley is probably one of the most experienced players in these pawn structures because at one time he was playing Queen's Gambit, accepted a lot as black. Even though the position's completely balanced, Wesley is going to feel like, look, this is my playground. This is what I do very well.
But it feels like white has a little bit more space, right?
Oh,
that pawn on b4 is grabbing extra squares in the black end.
Furthermore, to that point, the knight on c6 is a target on the open file. We can easily imagine a move, for example, like knight b3, b5, knight to e5, and guess who's targeting the c6 square? And it's not so easy for black to target the c3 square. In other words, we do think that white has the upper hand. It's not a lot, I agree. And for Leinier, it's about trading the pieces, chop, 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 and trying to keep the position balanced. Cristian, where's the action?
Well, let's go back to Fabi's game against Ray. Maybe we can catch up with what's happening in that one. Queen c7 was played, which is the best move in the position, at least the most
After
played
how
move.
long?
Quite a lot.
Yeah.
Quite a lot. Right now
10
he's
minutes, 12 minutes?
already on 48 minutes. At the
Okay,
48
started with
minutes
60.
mark. Yes. And Fabi's still on 1 hour and 1 minute on the clock, so he's been
Okay.
gaining time. Bishop to g2, e5, and it makes sense because this is the main line.
Okay.
So I'm sure Fabi knows what he's doing. E3 is the position. This is what we have, and Ray Robson is sinking into a very deep thought. Now, the big question is, okay, let's continue, right? Knight to c6, b5. Can we go e4 in this position? The thing is, if you go knight to e7, then I go castle. From a practical perspective, you're starting to feel, hey, when am I castling, right? I'm falling behind. Do I have to go knight g6, bishop e7, and then short castle? It's taking forever. It's not easy to do it. Forget about the fact that, look, the engine is saying that this is good, but from a human perspective, this is not easy. So,
could I ask you a question?
I'm thinking about bishop e7, just like...
one more look. Knight
Yes.
c6.
Yes.
And I was a bit afraid, as white, I was afraid of knight b4.
Knight b4 in this position. No, after d3,
I'm going to trap your knight.
that
with
knight
A3.
might be in danger.
Okay, just...
You can take on d3 if you really want.
But can I go e4,
Yes, that was my question.
I will take.
d3?
Yes.
I mean, to be honest, I think I will just let you go there.
Yeah, even if I win an exchange, I'm losing too many pawns.
I think
that's
this
a
is-
huge center.
I think this
no,
is
no,
bad.
No, 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 no,
Yeah.
I agree.
I mean,
agree.
imagining a knight on d5.
Yeah.
I agree.
This is not fun.
That
This
was
is
not
not
a
And
good.
if I delay it, so after your castle,
Yes.
I capture on I go knight takes e4.
Yeah, but now there's nothing, right?
No,
No, I don't even get the rook. Yeah.
I'm
more
not. Now I'm actually behind in development. The whole idea of knight b4 was to try to exploit.
It's a problem. It really is a problem.
Sorry.
Yes.
One more look. Knight
Sure.
c6, b4, knight there, d3.
Yes.
Bishop f5.
E4.
Are you going to play e4? That
Oh,
was
yeah.
my question.
Oh, yeah.
Knight takes e4, d takes e4, bishop takes e4.
Again, I
Nothing.
really don't think you get anything.
I'm dreaming of knight d3 check, and it's just nothing. I
You just don't get there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's a problem.
Okay.
It's a problem. So I
Yeah.
don't think you can venture
Okay.
all the way to b4. Stay
So
close.
e3.
Yes. Again, the best is to go with the knight on e7. It doesn't feel natural. It
does.
just simply doesn't feel natural.
I don't want to step in front of the bishop.
You're
no.
losing too many tempis. Knight
Right.
to g6, bishop to e7. Like,
So
where
if
am
I
I
just
castling?
go the bishop e7, Cristian, as you
I think
suggested,
I
no
think
knight
that's what you
c6,
should
just bishop
probably go
e7
for.
castle.
And this is already bad.
Well, this is the problem. I needed to play bishop takes c5 in one go.
Oh,
Yeah.
because I'm wasting time here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You're just simply, unfortunately, not cementing and consolidating the center as you would love to do as black.
Absolutely. Go back to the current position, if you will, for a second. So if I start with knight d7, not an ideal move.
Okay. Now I will still take.
And I take on e3.
Yes, and probably I will take with the f pawn. Mhm.
I go e4.
For knight to d4.
Knight takes c5. What is?
Castle.
I won the d3 square.
You did.
Yay.
You've landed. The eagle has landed. The eagle has landed.
I don't hear the roar of the crowd. No, knight. Okay, but
You're lost.
Yeah, but I could play bishop to e7 instead of knight to d3. It's a strange imbalance. The white's bishops look very good.
They are.
They're
They
very
are.
good.
Yeah, they
Castles.
are. They are. And right now, bishop to a3. Again, it's all about consolidating the center, which you don't get to achieve. Is the problem. But this is great because You
it's
guys
what
are
Fabi
playing the
wants.
very natural moves,
Yeah.
right? That I'm sure Ray is thinking about. And you can see how easy it can slip away from you.
True.
And Fabi knows that because he's analyzed this.
By the way, these kinds of positions, I'm really fearful of rook takes f6.
Oh, yes.
Knight to d5.
Knight to d5,
Oh, yes.
yes,
And
absolutely.
I feel like I'm on a momentum. So e2, e3, a challenge for Ray here as he's up against the leaderboard. Let's take a look at the leaderboard for those of you who are joining us late.
It is Fabiano Caruana who is leading with cash earnings of $41,125. Behind him is Wesley So with $38,875. And Hikaru Nakamura, number 3, $34,125.
Very, very nice. And let's take an update of the status, the stat charts. Because after day 2, coming into our studio today, Fabi
62.1%
had
chances
all the
of winning
chances.
the event.
Only Wesley. And then
And after round 3 rapid, so before this last classical game, it is Fabiano Caruana, wow, with 91.7%. And only Wesley So has a chance of winning the tournament of 8.3%. All the other players, no chances at all.
all about Cristian and myself as far as
I thought Hikaru had a chance there, but I guess...
Nope, you're out. There is the man. 90% chance of winning the tournament. He's got Ray in a position where Ray is burning clock, and the decisions, these next 3-4 moves are actually rather key.
Could we see once again that bracket where we see how much every player
The money,
earns
can we
based
see
on
the money
result on classic, rapid, and blitz?
Right, because we know
that
14,
chart.
yeah, it's the money chart. $14,000 is up for grabs in the classical games.
Right. And the winner gets 10,500.
Right.
And the loser gets 3,500. So I
So
do
that's a
think
7.
That's a 7,000 difference, right?
So you're
My
saying
math is correct.
Hikaru, yes.
Hikaru is still in it, at least to tie.
I mean,
Hikaru doesn't have 0%
based on Ben,
chance.
it's not.
Based on Ben's.
If Fabiano loses and Hikaru wins, then they tie
and
based
Wesley
on,
loses.
on their money prizes. And if Wesley loses.
Right.
Yes.
Hikaru would tie with Fabi. you
Yes.
think?
He's not going to win it outright.
Right.
By any means.
Okay, so wait a minute. Okay, so Fabi loses and gains $4,000, right?
Yes.
Okay.
35,000.
3,500.
Yes.
Okay, so that moves him to 44.
Right.
44.6.
Hikaru wins
10,000.
10,500. So that's a 7,000 difference, which is the 7,000 difference between
would
them right
tie.
now. So he would tie.
And then my guy winning 10,000
Forget about Wesley. No.
comes and steals all the glory.
That's possible.
Grabs
What I'm
the
saying
trophy.
is that Hikaru still has a shot of maybe tying.
Right.
Tying. Not winning it outright, but tying.
And by the way, we were having a little fun at lunch during the break. We were saying, well, what about the best game prize? Let's say my guy, Wesley, he won that beautiful game against Levon Aronian with the black pieces.
$2,500.
$2,500. I feel like,
That was a good one.
you know,
feel like
I'm in a conflict of interest here. But it doesn't.
It's just a bonus.
It's just a bonus. And by the way, I've always liked brilliancy, best game prizes.
Have you ever won one?
Yes, I have a couple, in fact. And the one I was actually the most proud of is one of the strangest prizes I've ever won was the novelty of the year.
Oh, wow.
I had played, according to the chess informant, let me get this right, from Yugoslavia, the chess informant had voted my move against Gyula Sachs in a perk defense as the novelty of the year, rewrote the ECO code on one thing. And I was like, yes!
Congratulations.
That's back in the days when it was a popularity contest rather than an objective.
Yes, of course.
Yasser.
Boy, I cashed all my political capital I could to win that.
When we didn't know.
Let's jump to the game of Wesley for just a moment, because let's see how he is. Is he increasing his advantage? I kind of thought that Wesley had something. I liked his move knight b3. He is prepping b5,
Knight e5.
knight e5, bishop f3, and then it's going to be a fight, a battle, if you will, over the c6, the control of the c6 square. And if white wins that, then then he can leverage that posted up knight on the c6 square. So Leinier has to be careful, and the clock times, Kate?
Same thing. Both have around 25 minutes, 52 minutes.
So I think both players are actually comfortable with what they've achieved at the board thus far. Again, I think it's very balanced. Let's keep an eye on that. And the last game that we haven't paid that much attention to.
That's the rook A3 move in the game of Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura.
And by the way, I have a free confession to make. Oftentimes, I've come to a game, played all of these moves, and I thought to myself, what am I doing? I put my rook over here, I put my rook over there, my knight over there. Okay, let me justify my bad play. So I put my rook on A2. Levon wakes up and says, okay, I'll make the benefit of playing my rook to A2. I'll play B3, and I'll clear the second rank and justify the misplacement of my rook. Knight to D7. Okay, for me, this is a prelude. Hikaru wants to play F5, or Hikaru really wants to encourage bishop takes E6. He wants the half-open F-file. And to encourage bishop takes E6, he's looking at the possibility of knight B6. On the other hand, what is the knight
I
doing
really
on
like the
D7?
idea of having the knight on G4.
Me
to be
too.
honest, because it's like very active there. It's targeting that F2 pawn.
I agree.
This is a calmer version of that plan of pushing F5.
Okay, so let's look at it from Levon's point of view for a moment.
So we cannot push D4 yet.
But I want to.
Yes.
I want to push D4, and the only way I'm going to be able to...
Rook C2. What?
I was about to say, the only way I'm going to be able to push D4 is to get the knight out of the way. And I was trying to encourage this structure. I don't know if it's correct or not. I do have control. I've doubled my pawns. Not happy about that, of course. But I do have pretty good control over the D5 square.
I mean, yeah, so this is great, but can you explain me this move for Rook C2, please?
Not at all. What else would you like to know? Rook C2. Ta-da! It's going to take a greater mind than mine. We're going to invite Cristian to explain.
I see what you did.
I'll butter him up. You know? You can do it, Cristian.
I have no idea. What is this Rook C2?
I don't know.
My guess is, and this is by the
right.
He's looking at meeting any sort of like queen sorties, let's say queen to E7, right, or something like this. Maybe now I can have ideas of D4. You see
because
what I'm saying?
C7 is...
Yes, maybe something with C7. I'm not saying it works. Like,
but let's
for
have
example,
a look.
Take. Now I take on C7 and I'm happy.
You found a justification for Rook C2.
That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. At the same time, what you want is next move, instead of having the rook on A2, with the rook on C2, maybe bishop to B2 ideas come into play.
And then D4.
And then the rook is not already stranded on A2 with the bishop covering up that second rank. So then you can go D4.
Okay.
That's everything I can
I mean, I like this.
He's making a good argument.
This is a very good point, just not locking the rook on A2 after we play bishop B2.
This is a maneuvering game, right? I'm not in a hurry to do anything immediate right now.
But can we just remember that the rook on A1 was like having no issue? Was perfectly happy there.
So let's remind everybody how we got there. Rook A3, rook A2, B3, rook C2, and
not queen E7 is not on the board yet. Okay, rook C2.
Is quite fun.
But by the way, rook C2, bishop B2, and the rook could potentially play a role after D4. Again, I was thinking that Hikaru wanted to play with a half-open F-file, so let's just imagine that he continues in the same style. Knight B6, bishop takes E6. I don't like allowing knight takes C4, takes D4. And here I kind of do see the justification for rook c2. White is menacing d4, and black's pieces aren't that comfortable.
Yes, that knight on b6 took
quite
a journey to get there, but
and I like
not
the
many
knight
great
actually
squares
on the
to be targeting right now.
Is time a factor in this one, Kate?
I mean, not really. Levon has 53 minutes and Hikaru 44. So there is a 10 minutes difference.
Okay, I'll take it. Going back to the game of...
Yes, Wesley saw and Leinier Dominguez.
All right.
So we had some trades, and Wesley actually followed up with the plan that we were suggesting to push Leinier's knight back and get maybe the center squares for his knight.
When we left it after knight b3, bishop b7, b5. Wesley says, okay, you're going backwards. I don't know to which square.
Because you don't want to go to a5.
Or b8, because you definitely don't want to go to a5. Knight a5 question mark. This pawn is always a perpetual target. I mean, I can play... I don't think I should play it with a4. I think I'll play it in such a fashion that it will always be a kind of a sore thumb that stands out. After the move b5, play continued, rook d1, and the knight went back to d8. So again, Wesley's gaining some space. It was actually a very famous match that the chess world, there's the official chess world, and then there's the unofficial chess enthusiasts. In the second World Championship match that Bobby Fischer played with Boris Spassky in 1992, the chess world was like, no, we have our World Championship. But for the public, they were really happy to see Bobby play. Bobby was playing, Boris Spassky was playing, these endings. And one of the things I learned from Bobby Fischer, and when I analyzed with him, is he was very impressed with Boris's plan in these positions of getting the pawn to f3 and getting the pawn to e4.
Just kind of neutralizing the bishop on b7.
Precisely. And it was sort of like Bobby really didn't like the positions that he was getting, and he was fighting to draw them with the black pieces. Now, to play f3, you got to move the knight. So knight e5 is kind of a compelling move. And
I'm wondering if black can go just like king f8, king d8.
King f8, king e8, kind of control some business squares. So if you don't mind, I'll get my setup. Okay, f3 and e4. Yay.
And now rook c8.
And now rook c8. Now you made an interesting argument that your king, you centralized your king. I'll do the same. I'll centralize my king. I'm kind of inviting you to play rook e2, rook c2. I was going to meet that with rook d2, but then I'd be forced to trade rooks. Wait a minute, I'm not happy with that. I'll stop you.
Okay.
I'll just stop you.
I would like to move my knight from f6 because it's doing nothing there, right?
Correct.
When you put the pawn on f3
Correct.
and e4. So if I go h5.
h5.
I mean, knight h5, pardon.
Pardon me, knight h5. Apologies. g3. Yay. I didn't want to see the knight resting on the f4 square.
Okay, f6.
Okay, and this is where I get the benefit of having my pawn on b5. The benefit is that it's not so easy for you to chase my knight away. Knight to c4.
Okay, knight f7.
Knight f7. By the way, knight d6 is a potential threat, so your knight f7 makes sense. What are you doing?
It's not great. I know.
I'm very attracted to f4 at g6. I don't have immediate benefit.
I want to invite you to play f4, so my bishop on the light square can be.
I've got bad news for you. No, knight d4, bishop c5.
Bishop c5. I'm going to pin that knight. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so king f1. So I've got on my agenda knight to d4 and knight takes e6. This feels like you're a bit on the back foot.
But if I go g6 now and try to go knight g7 just to...
And hold.
Passively, but hold.
Okay. A4, a little space grabbing. A5. You've got knight G7, like you said.
Yes.
But I don't know. Look at your pieces. They're
I mean,
on the first and second rank. Not that I'm overwhelming you or anything like that, but I do feel like I'm pushing downhill a bit. Jump in on this one, Cristian. The knight on D8 is not making a great impression, and the position's very balanced. The computer, does the engine feel like white has much, or is it balanced?
Very light advantage.
Light.
Very light advantage right now. 0.0. I wouldn't even call it necessarily an advantage.
Okay.
The question is it an optical advantage? And maybe a practical advantage at the same time after knight to e5, right?
Right.
You still have to make some precise moves, rook to c8, but how difficult are those moves? It's always the question, right? Is the position difficult enough for it to warrant
putting enough
any
pressure,
problems, right? Like, how would you continue?
So white
F3,
one is
let's
F3.
say.
That's what the Yasser keeps playing.
Right.
F3.
I go in.
And rook c2, rook d2.
That sort of forces you to go rook d2.
I do.
Right?
I'm forced.
Now we exchange.
Trade, chop, chop.
Once the trade of the rooks happens, I don't know. It's very difficult for me to believe you have much.
King f2.
Yeah, king to f2, f6.
Knight d3.
Yeah, but now e5.
Yeah.
Knight e6, knight c5.
It looks so balanced.
Doesn't seem like you have much.
No,
right?
yeah.
If you
By the way,
get the knight
you got f6 and e5 in. While I was getting in f3 and e4.
I
think we're matching.
Right.
And again, this is important because Wesley, he needs a win. Mm-hmm. Like if he does not win this game, he's got no chances of taking.
But if he wins the game, he has a chance to catch up to Fabiano.
Wesley will get 10,000 with a victory. Mm-hmm. That will bop him up to 48.
And if Fabiano doesn't win, then it's Wesley who gets the trophy for this tournament and earns the most cash.
Yes.
Yeah, Wesley just needs to do better than Fabi in this round.
Yes.
If Fabi loses, then Wesley with a draw is fine. He gets it. If Fabi draws, then he needs to win. And if Fabi wins, then it's over.
Bye-bye.
But we are still a little confused about Hikaru, right? If he wins and Fabi loses and Wesley loses,
then Hikaru and Fabi are going to split
the trophy. And it's not cake.
Not sure what it is.
You get it for 1 year, I get it for the next year. It's a perpetual trophy that goes back and forth.
I'm pretty sure
across the mantelpiece.
We do not have
Let's jump then to Fabi, because basically destiny is in Fabi's hands. And of course, Fabi has the white pieces as well. When we left it, we were actually struggling to come up with the right move. Bishop e7 was the wrong move. Knight c6 was the wrong move.
Cristian was saying that knight c6 is the best move.
We felt that knight c6, knight e7, it doesn't come naturally. Bishop g4, after some thinking by Ray, I don't know if it was a 10-minute or 15-minute thing, Bishop g4, Queen a4, getting
it's probably
out of
like
the fin.
20 minutes thing when I'm now seeing his
I love this move because now knight c6 is no longer an option.
Knight c6,
Knight
b5.
No, knight takes e5.
Knight takes e5.
Yeah.
Pardon me. And
I think this would be over.
Queen takes e5, and that is...
There's going to be a fork of the rook and the queen after they recapture.
Guys, look at the clock.
Yeah, I mean, that's
1
30
hour?
minutes difference.
This has always been Ray's issues ever since he was a young man. He was at the time. Knight to d7 on the board and castles. And by the way, if you're going to play a Benoni, which in Fabi's career, he used to play the Benoni, and it was considered a dangerous...
Has he?
Yeah, he's played everything.
When did he play the Well, he played some Benonis.
Yeah.
He was always known as a Grunfeld
player.
Growing up.
But then he started playing King's Indians with Bishop f5.
Yeah.
And even Slav defenses. He's
had some
moved.
good victories in those sharp lines, like the Benoni, like the King's Indian.
This particular position for Benoni, double-edged, super sharp, I think Fabi's going to be very pleased at the opening.
What I like is that he's not taking his foot off the gas. He's still trying to calculate on his opponent's clock.
Exactly.
He's staying at the board, staying focused. He knows this is it. This is the last game of the tournament.
Right.
No more other games after this one. Give it your best.
Absolutely.
Give it your best shot. Burn all the energy and try to get that decisive result.
We're going to prepare ourselves for a break because we want to be here when the time scrambles all get going. But again, we want to share with you the leaderboard as it currently stands. Or let's do results first. I apologize.
And the first match between Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian. Hikaru won the first Blitz game, and then there was a draw in the Rapid game.
Right, and in
the next match, Leinier Dominguez and Wesley saw win for Wesley in the Blitz game. Very eventful Rapid game, which ended up in a draw.
Nicely put, very eventful.
And the last match, Fabiano Caruana against Ray Robson, win for Fabiano in the Blitz game and a draw in Rapid.
Absolutely, and our leaderboard. If you don't.
Here it is Fabiano Caruana who is leading with cash winnings, $41,125. Wesley So second, and Hikaru Nakamura third.
Thank you. And of course, we want to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what the special is. Here we go. It's the laptop bag. Commute in style with an exclusive World Chess Hall of Fame laptop bag. This bag features a separate zipper compartment for your laptop, multiple smaller compartments for all of your work needs. It's available at QBoutiqueSTL.com. In fact, for all your chess shopping needs, check out Q Boutique first as we go on break.
And as we go on break, Cristian is going to be talking to Leinier Dominguez.
You talk to everybody.
I'm talking to everybody. It's my job, Yasser.
See you on the other side of our break.
Leinier, in the 2021 Champions Showdown, which was Chess 9 LX, you've won that in a dramatic fashion in the final round. Now, you obviously enjoyed this change of formats from classical to Chess 9 LX. Now, you're getting a triathlon of Blitz, Rapid, and semi-classical. How do you feel that's going to play into your strengths?
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to change formats, and you get a bit of experience. I mean, in every different format, and nowadays we're getting used to switching from one to another all the time. But I think, yeah, for me, it's kind of the start of the season, so I'm looking forward to kind of get myself in good shape. There are some tournaments after the Showdown, like the American Cup, and then some more events in April. I mean, I've been preparing hard to try to be in shape just right from the start. I think, yeah, usually I tend to do better in the longer time control, so I'm a bit more optimistic about the semi-classical part. But I always enjoy Blitz and Rapid, even if my results are not always great, especially lately, but I do prepare a bit more for that, so I'm also kind of looking forward to that part.
And you have experience in all three formats. You yourself have been a world champion in Blitz. How will you take it from one game to the other when you switch time formats in the middle of the day against the same player? What strategies are you going to include?
Yeah, it's hard, of course, and I guess I'll try to figure it out as we go. In a way, you prepare, you have some ideas, but at the end of the day, it's hard to really feel. I mean, if you're training, but it's hard to replicate that tournament atmosphere in your training. So at the end of the day, you have to just improve it during the tournament. And but yeah, you try to choose certain openings perhaps for the Blitz that are more in line with the format or with your specific style or strength. That's what I'll try. I'll try to choose well. I'll try to of course move faster in general when it comes to Blitz and so on. But but yeah, it should be fun.
I personally remember that legendary match against Wesley from a few years back when you guys literally left it all on the chessboard and on the clock as well. Who are you most excited to face in this event?
I think, I know the players quite well. I've played them a bunch of times. Of course, I think Hikaru and Fabi by rating and by results are always the two favorites, but it's quite even field. I mean, it's clear to me that everyone can actually win the tournaments from the 6 players. So don't have any particular opponent that I'm really hoping to face, but I do hope that I can show my best chess. That's the main thing for me.
What is your go-to move whenever you find yourself in those last few seconds? We know Hikaru, for example, doesn't necessarily have a poker face, right? He makes all sorts of expressions. What do you do? Do you feel like you're staying calm in those moments? Do you try to slow things down, slow those moments down?
Yeah, I don't think I'm like too, like an open book, so to speak. Like when it comes to emotions and so on, I usually stay pretty calm. Although it's not easy for me to say because I'm there. So I mean, I don't especially watch myself after, but that's what people tell me. I think I stay pretty calm. Sometimes it's hard when it comes to the last part of the game, especially the Blitz games, but these last few seconds, of course, are tough. That's why you need to try to train for that and be sharp right from the start, because it happened to me in the past. Like many times I came and I was kind of like, trying to get in shape as the tournament goes, but it's just you have no time for that. It's just Blitz, and you get very fast to that phase of the game where it's just. You have to be very sharp and very fast, and of course you're facing tough guys, so you need to be up to the task. So it's hard. It's the hardest part, at least for me personally. But I've been trying to work on it, and I hope to show my best.
You know these players already quite well for a few years. You've been competing against them in the U.S. Championships, the American Cup, and so on. Who do you feel from this field is going to be the dark horse?
It seems to me that all the players have showed before that they have the potential to win. I mean, even a guy like Ray, I mean, if you look at the American Cup last year, he was very close to winning the whole thing. And it's clear that he has made huge improvements in his level in the last couple of years. So he can easily win the tournament if he's in shape. And then when it comes to the other guys, of course, they're all pretty strong, and they've all won tournaments. It's hard to say. I think we'll have to see just from the first games who is in shape and who isn't.
And who do you feel fears you secretly the most?
Fears me? I don't know. Maybe Wesley, although I also fear him in a way. I don't know. Yeah, it's tough to say. We don't really express much of those type of emotions. It's clear we try to be very confident, but of course you have some mind games, and players have certain feelings during the games. There are certain players against whom you feel for some reason a bit more comfortable, or you have better results. But yeah, the feel is tough. I mean, I don't know. It's tough to choose.
Well, Leinier, thank you very much for taking the time, and good luck.
Thank you.
America's most exciting double elimination tournament is back for its 4th straight year. The American Cup takes place at the World Chess Hall of Fame in the chess capital of the United States, St. Louis, Missouri. Beginning March 15th, 16 competitors across 2 fields will compete for a $400,000 prize fund, going head-to-head until 2 champions are left standing. Top players, including defending champion Levon Aronian, with past winners Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, are all looking to add a second American Cup title to their names. While rising star Abhimanyu Mishra will be making his American Cup debut. In the women's field, defending champion Alice Lee aims to repeat last year's success, while Irina Krush sets her sights on a third American Cup crown. Meanwhile, U.S. women's champion Carissa Yip steps onto the American Cup stage for the first time. Don't miss the action on Monday, March 24th, when the American Cup Blitz brings together eliminated players and local titled competitors for a fast-paced showdown. With fresh faces and established legends, it's the knockout event you won't want to miss. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
Welcome back, everybody.
And our leaderboard, as we are in the classical portion of the third and final day. Let's take a look at where we stand.
So we have Fabiano Caruana, who is leading the standings with the most cash earnings, $41,125. Wesley So second, $38,875. And Hikaru Nakamura, third, with $34,125.
But our leader, Fabi, he has destiny in his hands. He's up against Ray Robson. He has the white pieces, and the opening has gone actually very favorably for Fabi at this point. When we left it, we were saying that some difficult decisions for Ray Robson was facing, and Ray, played a move Bishop E7. And Cristian, I just didn't like this move, and at the moment, he's suffering as Ray.
But I was just about to tell you before we went to break, and as I was waiting for his move, this is such a difficult position already. Bishop takes f3 is the only way.
Right.
But it's not easy. I mean, giving up the light square bishop like this, bishop takes f3, take on f3, and now you also have to continue with the best moves. You have to take on e3, f takes e3, and continue taking on b4. Well, good luck. I mean, I go d4.
I give up the position,
blowing up for the two bishops. This is looking like tremendous compensation, and if you make one mistake, you're going to get blown off the chessboard.
Clearly, Ray did not want to play that position, but the current position may be even worse than is the cure worse
bishop
than
to e3.
the disease.
First of all, I'm a pawn up.
Right?
I have still the beautiful bishop on f3 cutting the board in half. My knight is coming.
Right.
Knight c3, knight d5. I'm not 100% sure how you're going to defend against that. Where's your compensation?
Exactly.
Where's the compensation?
The knight should be on d3. The rook should be on d8. You know, I mean, I better be really, really fast.
Okay, let's try to do that. Right?
Yes.
Bishop to e2.
But now I've got to play rook d8 because d4 is coming.
This one, let's say, right?
Okay.
Okay, knight
Knight to
c3.
c3.
Let's get a knight out.
That's the thing.
Very enthusiastically enjoying.
You got your knight on d3, but then what? Like, how do you continue your attack, right?
Well, there's no real attack.
There's no attack. That's the problem. There's no attack.
Yeah.
Let's say Fabiano makes a mistake. Bishop takes c5. Let's say he goes bishop to b2.
Okay.
A mistake.
Knight.
But a very natural move as well.
Knight
right?
to e5 or?
Let's say knight to e5.
No, I can go knight takes c4. Knight b6 takes c4. Bishop f6. What am I?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
What am I saying?
I'm not sure about that.
Queen takes c4.
d4 as well.
I had bishop f2.
You sort of discovered the attack, right?
Right.
The queen.
Yeah.
But bishop takes f6 rocks my world. No.
Let's say, you know what? Maybe he has some compensation. How about the clock, guys?
Yeah, that's 30 extra
Ray
minutes
has
for
22
Fabiano.
minutes, really playing under pressure right
Right.
now, against 52 minutes all the time in the world, more than double the time that Ray has on his clock. I have to say, Fabiano right now
Looking good.
is looking good, and the opening was a tremendous success.
Truly. When we came on air, Cristian, you were showing that in the matchup of the players, a lot of the players were really, really close. This particular matchup between Fabi and Ray really was in favor. I think it was 9-2. Draws, of course, but statistically, Ray, we say a customer, you know, Ray's been a good customer of Fabi over the years, as Fabi has a 92 advantage in
Yasser,
victories. Yes.
I have good news about the game between Levon and Aronian. and Hikaru Nakamura.
Good news.
Because his rook on c2 is actually doing something.
Is it? That's remarkable.
Let's take a look.
And Hikaru and Levon were jumping to this rook on c2. Okay, when we left it, we were actually here. We had seen the move knight to d7, and somehow in our minds we were considering bishop takes as well as f5, as well as knight b6. Hikaru had another option, knight e7, takes, knight f1, and just catching up with the players, rook e3, knight e1. Okay, I think you were referring to the Wesley game as far
We will see a repetition in the Wesley game.
But we should go to the game of Wesley So and Leinier Dominguez because they are repeating. So we may see a draw here. They already repeated 2 times.
Well, Wesley will be rather pleased that he has won the match, but maybe missed an opportunity to try to catch up with Fabi. So let's see, when we left it, they've repeated numerous times. Knight e5, our expected move. Rook c8, our expected move.
Quickly trying to get the rook on the second rank to attack the 2 bishops.
No f2, f3. No f2, f3. Rook c2 is on Leinier's agenda. Knight d4, knight d5. Okay, I'm a little confused. Bishop f3. And this is how we get the repetition. So it's up to Wesley to play the move knight e5 and to accept a repetition.
So we can just pause the clock, right?
Yes.
And claim
If he plays
repetition.
You can stop the clock if you're Wesley and before you play knight e5. But if you do play knight e5, yes, knight e5 would be threefold. But Wesley with the white piece is probably he's waiting for Leinier to do that. To do the honors, as they say.
Well, again, for Wesley, it's nice to win a match, but you feel like you're this close to first place.
True. And especially you remember that you got out of much bigger trouble in the previous game and you turned it around. So you may feel like you want to put some pressure on Leinier.
He played the move knight e5, but he didn't make the claim of a draw.
But now Leinier
can make the claim with bishop f6. So and if I was in Leinier's shoes, I would see nothing wrong with bishop f6 and making a claim.
Yeah.
I mean, knight c3, things can go wrong. Rook
you know what the problem
c1.
is?
No.
They haven't kept the score sheet. They haven't kept notation. So they don't really know for sure. That's
Do
why
they
Leinier
have a monitor in the room? They can look at the monitor and they can see the, as we can see the score sheet, if you will.
I think they do. I think they do have a monitor. But you can always ask Chris Bird.
Exactly.
If you're wrong, it's going to cost you a couple of minutes.
Big deal.
But
yeah, 39 minutes, 35. So we are expecting a draw. I'm going to go back to the game of Fabi for just a moment because I don't think you clarified for me the extent of the current advantage that White has. Did the engine say plus 6.8?
No,
plus 1?
Let's not exaggerate.
I mean, it's
a bit more than plus 1.
It's a little bit
It's
more.
like 1.5, 6?
In the current position.
1.2, 1.3, depending on how long you leave the engine running. But again, it's not even about that necessarily.
But can Black
It's about the practicality of the position.
But can Black win the pawn back after knight b6 and bishop takes e3, Cristian?
I guess you could try. Queen to b5 or queen to b3. How about this, actually?
I take on e3.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, b7 is going to be hanging.
So you take on c4. You cannot take with the knight because the queen is hanging.
I'm thinking of rook, rook c8? No.
Yeah, you can go rook c8.
I meant the other
But then knight a3.
The same thing, knight to a3 or knight d2.
No, the rook on f8 to c8. So I want to play knight takes c4.
First of all, I even have c5 to force you, if I really want to.
Okay.
But I can go knight d2, I think.
Knight takes.
Yes.
Knight.
We get into this.
Well, no, you take on c4 is the problem.
This is even worse.
Always
Bishop
lose on
takes
b7.
Always lose on b7.
Yeah, this is even
okay.
worse.
So, okay, once again, from the current position, if you don't mind, knight to b6, queen to b5, a queen to a5, I take on e3, you take, very stable, queen takes c4,
Bishop takes b7.
rook somewhere, rook b8, let's say.
Maybe I can even go knight d2 first. Get a knight out with the tempo. Why not?
Then bishop g2 back.
Yeah, it's just a very safe extra pawn.
It's a very healthy extra pawn.
You know what I was thinking? Truly, I was thinking if I could get a knight on c3. So the idea I was going to play was queen a4. Queen a4. And we do have a draw.
Between Wesley and Leinier Dominguez.
So
I'm sure they're talking about the rapid chess game. It's like, dude.
That took all of their energy.
I know. Sometimes it's very, very hard to recover after a game that just takes so much out of you.
They split the point and they split the money. Each of these players gets $7,000
for the draw.
For the draw.
But Wesley wins the match by winning the Blitz.
That's right.
Exactly.
And now probably Fabiano needs to make only a draw,
right?
Also to keep the win in the tournament.
Because
there is a trophy.
Yeah, I got to tell you guys, the more I'm watching the games unfold in the semi-classic, the game that Wesley won against Levon Aronian is really getting my best game prize award. That was the game that Wesley the Kings went on opposite flanks.
There was the open B file.
Open B file, and it was.
And the bishop on D5 was trapped.
Yeah.
You know, there was another game between Hikaru, Nakamura, and Ray Robson. Very complicated, beautiful game, but it ended up in a draw. And we were told we need to pick a decisive game.
Exactly. The best game had to be decisive. So we do have knight e5 on the board by Ray. Again, Ray behind on the clock. Worse still, he's behind in the position as he is fighting a pawn down. And knight e5 attacks the bishop on f3, as well as the pawn on c4. I was reaching to play bishop e2, but now I'm thinking we were looking at those positions where the bishop was capturing on c. Leaving the bishop on the long diagonal is also quite attractive. Cristian, jump in on this one.
But
do I just
guarding
defend
also
the
the d3 square?
I want to guard that. Yeah,
you do.
Guard the pawn, but also guard the d3 square, as Kate just mentioned.
Okay, so, excuse me, d4 is a threat.
Yeah. I want to make a fork with that pawn.
Okay, so I actually end up having to play this move.
Which gives me time to develop my knight.
Okay.
That really needs to get out.
Okay. Bishop takes, pawn takes, I assume, right? Mm-hmm. And is it time? I feel like I better be quick in terms of getting some play for my pawn.
Okay, rook fd1.
Rook to d8. Although I must say, what am I doing?
You know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to capture your rook.
Okay.
And then I'm going to try to play knight to d5.
Oh.
How do you respond?
Oh, checkmate in one, of course. Of course. Yes, you got my king, but I got your knight, so don't you feel bad? Knight to d5, but you're hanging your bishop, so okay, it's kind of a temporary, enthusiastic.
But I thought I'm locking the rook. But I'm not locking the rook?
Well, the rook is there. The problem...
It's attacking the bishop.
You've got a pawn. I don't know. Well, in any case, bishop e2 is on the board, and the line of play we're looking at since the move d2, d4 is a threat. I was trying to stop the threat by playing the move rook d8, and as you were just pointing out, knight c3 looks like the right choice there. So very, and
Ray Robson has only
advantage.
17 minutes, so that is going to be really good for Fabiano because any complications are going to be difficult for Ray to accurately evaluate with this time.
But will they?
Exactly.
Maybe.
I mean, we've seen Ray evaluated perfectly in classical, in semi-classical.
He impressed enormously, holding that bad position with no time.
How many times can he do it, though?
Yeah, I know.
How many times can he do it?
You can only live by the sword for so long. I want to go to the game of Hikaru.
Yes, because now the question is, who is attacking there? We thought it will be Hikaru who's attacking on the king side.
Right, and isn't that still the case, or?
Well,
Levon?
kind of, but the rook finally got to g3, although it's the other rook, not the rook that played rook e3 at the beginning.
Yeah, so let's say that in the Dutch we would say a fixed idea fixe. Levon wanted to put the rook on g3, and he was bound and determined. He just put the wrong rook on g3. Rook landed on g3, attacking the knight on g6, and with his last move, Hikaru has played queen f6, not only defending the knight, keeping an eye on
the rook on c. Yeah, but the bishop on f1 is also, attacking the pawn on h6. There can be some tricks there.
So you think,
like for example, now let's say bishop captures on h6.
Let's do it.
It doesn't really work right now, but let's take a look. And queen h5.
Okay, now
putting more pressure.
Got to defend.
And knight f3. Just trying, but probably you just play knight f4 and you are fine.
Yep.
But these ideas are there.
Okay, well, let's do it in a different move order then. Let's try queen
but the
h5.
Knight on e1 is hanging. Bishop captures e1. You're not worried?
I'm worried about everything. But
okay.
Bishop takes
Bishop
h6.
captures. And we have Eric Rosen, who is with Leinier Dominguez.
Whoa.
Eric, over to you.
Pause.
I am joined by GM Leinier Dominguez. Leinier, just finished your match against Wesley. How do you feel?
Yeah, it was difficult to swallow the result of the second game. I mean, I was nearly winning and I almost managed to lose this position. But yeah, after all, not a great tournament for me, but hopefully I can just draw some conclusions and just play better in the next tournament in the American Cup.
Mm-hmm. And are there any lessons you can take away from your play in this tournament? Do you feel like your form wasn't the best it could be, or anything you'll do differently for American Cup?
I think so, yeah. I think I was just making mistakes and on maybe lack of energy in critical moments, like especially in the semi-classical game. Mm-hmm. I think I was doing well for just most part of the game, but then when it came to the last half an hour of the game, I was probably getting a bit tired, and that's where I made my mistakes. And yeah, it was of course tough also to play 3 times with black in the semi-classical, but on the other hand, I got a lot of whites in the Blitz and Rapid. So I think it was mainly that. I have to find a way to just be better. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did you enjoy the format of this event? It's never been done before with the Blitz Rapid Classical on the same day. Was it stressful, enjoyable for you? Or?
No, I think it was enjoyable. I enjoy almost any form of chess, mm-hmm. and here we had different ones, and it was interesting and fun to change from one to another, and you're trying to find a way of just doing your best to adapt to the new time control. Again, I think I was far from my best, unfortunately, but yeah, I think it was a great format, and I think it was everybody was enjoying it.
Uh-huh. And final question: in about a week, you're playing American Cup. What preparation, like chess-wise or non-chess-wise, are you going to do for that event?
I've done a lot of preparation because I didn't play basically since since the World Rapid and Blitz in December. So I've been preparing. So my plan is to use this experience in this tournament to see what went wrong and try to fix it, because I think in general I feel well prepared. It's just a question of maybe this type of details, perhaps not 100% related to chess, like how to be at your 100% physical, mental form. So, but yeah, looking forward to that tournament.
Sure thing. Well, I'll let you go. Best of luck next week, and back to the studio.
Thank you, Eric, and well done, Leinier. I know exactly what he's saying. When you had a big opportunity that he had in Rapid, hard to swallow, right? And to readjust, reorient yourself, and well.
So you play the game and still you think, how did that happen?
Yeah,
such an advantage.
We were on the game between Levon, Aronian, and Hikaru. I was trying to justify this rook rover, rook up the board, rook to e3, and rook to g3, rook over. And you had just played the move, pardon me, Hikaru had just played the move queen f6, and I was looking at queen h5, and you asked me, aren't I worried about the knight on e1? And I say, I worry about everything, including the knight on e1, but your knight on g6. How, and we didn't finish our thought. You were about to take my pawn with check. I was forced to move my king, and now I'm going to take your queen.
Okay, so I go queen f7.
A reasonable move, but you pointed out to me a moment ago, I got to go bishop takes
Bishop
h6.
takes d4.
Bishop takes d4.
Now, if you take rook takes g7, yes, you're going to get that queen.
Yes.
But you're also going to get checkmated on the back rank.
Oh, party pooper. That is good. Back rank checkmate. And that's the problem. The move bishop takes d4. I don't actually get a chance to cover the first rank. If I move my knight,
I go there anyway because I have support with my rook.
Exactly. So this, I'm trying to justify the rook on g3.
Oh, actually, can you do?
What?
Here? Yes, capture on h6.
Okay.
Capture on d4.
Okay.
Rook f2.
Whoa, I'm giving away a lot of...
Because, yeah, but you don't have to capture with queen. You capture with the bishop.
Bishop. I'm giving away a lot of material, aren't I? I mean, if the knight were elsewhere, I don't g4, g5. If the knight were elsewhere, I'd be so inclined, but I'm giving up 2 rooks. And then, well, just a second, we're here. We might as well look at this.
Okay. Oh, because the knight is also...
Exactly. The knight is also hanging.
But you also may want to go for perpetual. For check, right? Queen h5.
I'm not upset playing queen and 2 pawns versus 2 rooks.
Oh, so you like this position?
Yeah, I'm not upset. Give me a moment. Knight to d2, knight to f3, the king. Queen h5. We got ourselves caught in a rabbit hole. What did we do wrong, Cristian?
You did. And you were on the right track for a while. I was just letting you guys explore.
Right.
Instead of queen f7, queen h4, just much stronger in this position.
Oh, dear.
Yes, just simply queen to h4, and this is an extra pawn. I mean, you can take on h6 like this, but after rook to f7, you really have some problems with your king, even in the endgame. Like, for example, you take. Look at all these pieces splattered across the board. Rook to g6, no connection with rook on c2. The rook on c2 doesn't really attack anything at the moment. Everything is prime. Rook f8, rook to f1. You have problems with the white pieces in this position.
Yeah, queen h4 is a nice retort.
Yes. So it's good, but unfortunately queen to h5 just simply does not work. Not only because of bishop to e1, knight to f4 is a problem also. What you have to do is, at some point you need to eliminate this tension. Because I will take on d4. Give me a few more moves. I will take on d4, get the knight on e5.
Very happy.
I'm happy, right? So you probably have to go d5 sooner rather than later in this position. And then how do you continue after knight to f4? Take. I understand. Finally, the rook on c2 is doing something. And to be honest, so many times I've been looking at the position and I'm trying to take on f2 with the queen. And then I realize, oh, wait, there's the rook on c2. But if you do take on c6, I think after knight h3, you're just busted, right?
Oh,
that's a check.
Queen f2 is the second, and that's another
You do hide, but that's not going to be enough,
no,
right?
That's not.
So you do have to be careful. You cannot touch that pawn on c6 with the pressure down the f-file. Still a lot of things to worry about for white. If your attack doesn't succeed on the king side, as you've been trying, as you guys have been trying, well, unfortunately, the pieces are a bit uncoordinated.
Cristian, I have a question, though. If I don't play d5, because I don't want to release the tension in the center. So what if I go knight f3?
But you just played knight e1.
Well, that was why we could play rook
you played
because I needed to go with the rook to g3.
So you're trying to lock your rook on g3.
And I want to go with the other knight to e3 and f5.
Okay, that makes sense. Let's say I go king h7. Okay, king h7
e3.
Seems a little bit too much. Let's go rook a8.
Knight e3.
Knight to e3. I take.
Knight f5. Please, is there something?
You got there.
No, instead of knight g4?
Yeah, but
because I'm attacking the queen.
What's the plan after
queen I was going to bishop h6 and splat.
You got it. But rook takes c4, isn't that... There's not that much here, right? Look, I understand.
I'm hovering.
There's a lot of pieces around on this side.
I need black to recapture the bishop.
But knight G4, knight G5,
Knight G5, I have some rook E1 as well, but I can start with rook E8. That's a mate, right? So
yeah, I have to take the rook.
You do have to take the rook, but... And probably rook E8 is not the only one, right? We're just making fast moves.
Yeah.
There's something to calculate.
Right.
What I'm trying to say is that despite the fact that right now it's quite balanced, you make a few more strange moves as white. You've been going rook A3, rook A2, rook C2, rook E3, rook G3. You make a few of these like awkward moves and you will end up in trouble.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, I also agree with Kate. I don't want to reduce the tension with D5. I don't want to capture and just help
and that's
my
why
opponent.
He's spending so much time. He's trying to find something, a breakthrough on the king's side. It just is not there.
Maybe this whole concept of rook G3 was simply a step in the
this
wrong
whole concept of rook A3, rook A2, rook C2.
A beautiful concept that's just mistimed or it just doesn't work. It's hurtful when your best ideas are just bad.
If I wanted to go like bishop B2.
The problem is, are you ever going to win the pawn on E5? Pardon me, are you ever going to win the pawn on D4 back? Because if I get to go C5 and knight E5, I've got a dark square grip.
Yes.
And I'm a pawn up.
What if I go knight E3? Just I'm using that pin that I have because I really like that F5 square for my knight.
Pause. I like the E5 square for my knight. I'm playing C5.
Okay, knight F5.
And I'm bringing my knight to the gorgeous E5 square.
Yeah, I just don't have enough power on the king side.
It's almost like I can imagine you're going back to F1 and preparing F4
But it just feels slow.
Yeah,
you may even play D5, try to target that pawn on E4.
This is the thing. I mean, there's potential in the position for white because of the rook on G3. If the pawn were on H7, I would say the rook on G3 is silly, just because the knight on G6 is so well defended. With the pawn on H6, put your knight on F5, and we start looking for the tactics. I just feel that Hikaru, and by the way, is clock times a factor in this one?
So Levon has 29 minutes, Hikaru 25 minutes.
Not much. In fact, Levon has a time advantage. The knight on E1. Why is the knight on E1?
You just put it there, put that on G3.
Put the knight on F3, put the knight on E3, put the knight on F5. Why are my pieces are on the first rank? It's like a Fisher random position. The knights belong.
It does feel like a Fisher random position, especially with a rook on C2.
Exactly.
And the bishop on C1, right? The rook on C2 without the bishop on C1 would make some sense.
Right.
But it would be impossible to have the king on G1, right? Because then the rook has to be on H1, and then the rook would have never been able to get out.
We're gonna leave this percolating as we go back to.
Nothing happened much, to be honest, in the game. Ray Robson, Fabiano.
We left it after Bishop E2. Bishop E2 introduces the very direct threat of D4. Our focus had been on the move Rook D8. Ray captured. Targeted with the move Rook C8, targeting the pawn on C4, knight to D2, defending, and as you say, not too much has happened.
But what happened is that Ray has only 8 minutes now, while Fabi has 43 minutes.
That's a problem.
That's 5 times more.
That's what we call a problem.
A huge problem. A huge problem. And in fact, this is just a very nice extra pawn. Ray is desperately searching for play. At this point, I'm probably just going to say, okay, look, I'm a pawn down. I'm going to play B6. I don't want to see queen takes A7 come at the wrong moment.
Okay, rook FD8, targeting that knight on D2. That makes sense as well.
Okay, let's say I defend it. You attack.
This rook? Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm just picking a rook.
Yes, B6. I like that move.
Okay, B6, and let's trade. I've got a back rank mate, so I'm figuring that the pawn on C4 is essentially untouchable.
It's a poisonous pawn.
Right. Whether you take on f3 or whether you take on d1 and take on
And
c4.
if I go knight e4 now, like I'm saying I like that square on c3, I'm activating my piece.
Okay. So let's have a look-see. I take on d8 check.
I capture with the rook.
Right. I take on e5. You capture.
Yes, I capture.
And I'm a pawn grabber. That's pawn number 2, by the way. You like the square c3?
I like the square, but I don't know if there's
It's just
anything.
one square. Yeah. My intention, pardon me, had been to play just simply bishop f3, and I'm saying you're in a hole.
You know what, Yasser? I'm going to start with queen b2 instead of knight c3. Queen b2 now. I'm going to target
b2.
that bishop.
Okay, you forced me away.
If you go to f3, then I have a fork. You go there. Okay, I have to play g6.
Okay. I was trying. You saw right through me.
Yeah, the problem is maybe even with instead of retreating, you have queen e7 after g6.
Sorry, you mean right here?
Here, queen e7 maybe.
I agree. That's a much superior move. Yeah, it just feels Ray is grasping for some kind of...
h5, so trying to create some counter-attack on the king side, maybe breaking the structure, get the pawn to h3.
By the way, rook to d1, knight f3. Fabi, just saying, I understand you've got a little bit of pressure. Let me just stop h4. Let me just get rid of... I mean, this is actually your best piece. Let's just put it that way. And he still is targeting the pawn on a7. Whenever I'm up material, I feel I just trade, and I drag you to your doom because I'll eventually the extra pawn. And the time, what did you say?
7 minutes for Ray Robson
7
right
minutes,
now.
yeah.
6-1 time advantage? No, you can't do that. These guys are just too good.
It's just play on one goal at this point, right?
Right.
We exchange. If you try to keep more pieces on the board and not exchange the queens, it's just going to get worse and worse for you because you don't have time to calculate all these
That's the problem.
Combinations, right? And
yeah. There was a time in Vichy's career, literally from his junior years to more or less the age of late 20s, he would play the entire game in 15 minutes. And you would get 2 hours. And you'd be in time trouble, and then you'd be in time trouble on the next time control, and you'd be in time trouble throughout.
Similar to Nepo.
It was amazing, amazing speed demon was Vichy, and he completely threw you off your rhythm because nobody else played as quickly as he did.
And on the other side of the coin, I think it's Grishchuk.
Yes.
Who gets to spend,
like
at the top,
Ray
at the
Robson
level, he gets to spend all of his clock. And play the best moves with 30 seconds on clock.
Yeah, but he burns
it's an addiction. It's an addiction.
He burns 2 hours in the first 8 moves.
This is an addiction. There is no better way to put it. I mean, it's just,
and I've seen
people are addicted to it.
Anna Zatonsky also, like she's played Queen's Gambit her whole life, but after 3 moves, she spent 40 minutes in the Queen's Gambit. Like what?
You just like the adrenaline of playing with 5 seconds on your clock.
I mean, you feel it. Knight f3 and Ray Robson in time trouble. Anytime you get to 5 minutes, that's when I feel the burn of the clock.
Yeah, and I think we will go back to this game, but we have some developments in the game of Levon Aronian against Hikaru Nakamura.
Because when we left it, Levon was
he broke that tension, but differently than Cristian suggested.
After the move rook g3, queen f6, he did capture something that we were reluctant to do because we're helping our opponent.
You're helping the knight to get to the center.
Exactly. Yes. Knight on d7 takes e5, knight e3. Have we caught up to the players? Yes, we have.
So the white knight does want to go to that f5 square because that is a very lucrative square.
Right.
But there are some options like bishop takes e1 and knight d3.
Trading a few pieces off the board, bishop e1, queen e1. Normally speaking, when you're defending, you're trading pieces is a very good option. Just take away the attackers. The question that I have for you is, who's attacking whom? right? I mean, if I felt that if I was in Hikaru Shiru's and Levon is attacking, I agree. Bishop takes e1, knight d3, but these pieces on e1 and c1 aren't scaring me.
Right. I just think that this is like a threat we have in the future, so there's no queen h5. So we can be thinking about knight f4, improving that position.
Knight f4, I respect, let's put it that way, I respect the knight coming to f5. I'm a little bit, I don't know, I
just taking away that option.
The knight on g6 doesn't impress me, you know. Normally I'm thinking like how to get my this knight I like, this rook I don't like. Like under normal conditions, this is a move I'd certainly like to play, but knight f5 might frighten me, frankly, that the knight on f5 and the bishop on h6 and the queen going to h5. Guess what? Hikaru felt that the white attacking potential is greater than his own. He's played the move bishop takes e1, queen takes e1, and I'm assuming he wants to follow it up with knight d3.
Yeah, I think he wants to do that.
And where do we go with our queen? e2, let's just say?
Probably not e2,
I mean,
right?
e2, there's knight f4.
Sorry. You're right.
With another knight. Probably
I think queen d1. Oh no, that's hanging a pawn.
So
queen f1.
I tried to find a square where I don't get attacked. Knight takes e1, queen takes e1?
Yeah.
Okay, keeping our eye on the f2 pawn.
Let's say rook e8.
Rook e8.
Get some threats in.
Okay, I'm reluctant to play
you go f3 and leave that rook on g3 by itself.
I am reluctant to play f3, but okay, I played f3.
You do play f3.
I'm still dreaming. I'm dreaming.
That's an interesting move. What if I go d5?
Good.
I don't know if it works.
Good move.
Let's
have a look.
try it out.
Okay.
Yes.
Post.
No knight d3. Okay.
Takes.
It's not going to happen, Yasser.
Because no knight d3.
He did not go for the bishop.
Really?
He's going for a pawn.
I'm surprised.
There is a pawn on b3. Is that? No.
No. Whoa.
I don't.
Wait a minute. He's not giving proper respects to the knight. No.
Don't do that. Rook takes f5. That's his trick.
What a trick.
Oh.
Don't fall for it.
How many times have I blundered my queen? Well, you're seeing them now. I mean, as a commentator, nothing gets past you guys.
Wow.
Knight f3 check, and there goes my queen. Oops.
Yeah.
Apologies.
So it's a defensive move instead of like trying to attack the pawn on b3 or...
I thought I was being genuinely clever. Really. I thought I was defending and attacking. Defending b3 and attacking with the knight, but queen e6, I fell for the trap.
But what if you create this incredible battery on the long diagonal? Let's go queen c3, bishop b2. Like how do you deal with that?
Queen c3, bishop
I mean, knight
b2.
f5 will be coming at some point.
Right.
In position.
Well, queen c3 has the very defensive-minded. Okay, nothing wrong with queen c3. How big a threat is queen takes b3? I feel I'm...
But I can do the same thing, king h7.
King h7. Yeah.
Because after that, I think knight f5 is not that strong. I mean, it's still not working because of the trick,
exactly.
the discover attack, but there are just no captures on h6 anymore.
Just for the audience, my intention, for what it was worth, was to try to play knight to f5. If you play queen takes b3, knight to f5, rook takes b7 was my intention. I was trying to trap you, lure you into capturing my pawn on a b3. h3. h4. Knight takes h4. What am I doing? I'm sacrificing pawns. Just a second. Let me slap myself.
I like queen c3. Yeah. Just getting out of that file that is potentially causing trouble. And yes, bishop b2. I need to reorganize my pieces.
Exactly. Yeah, queen c3. Queen c3, I have to go for it.
At first we were like, oh, we don't like it. And
Yeah, well,
wait a second.
but there are issues. I mean, if I wait too long, knight d3, followed by queen takes e4 would be hurt my feelings, and knight f5. I'm aspiring. I truly want to play the move knight f5 with, as Victor Pupils would say, with every fiber of my being.
And to be honest, right now, that rook on c2 is doing a tremendous job not allowing knight f4, knight e2.
Right?
So finally, my rook on c2 is doing something.
And rook on g3 is great too?
Yes. Seems like the pieces are starting to connect.
Right.
In the position.
And again, we're thinking queen c3, first of all, to stop knight d3, to stop queen takes b3. It's defensive-minded, but with knight to f5, bishop b2, it could be offensive.
Even,
geared.
you know, if I just go knight f5 and then f4.
Right, with the queen on c3.
Because then we are looking at that g7 square with the knight.
So let me just put this on the board for our viewers. So in case of rook e8, knight f5, and what Kate was saying, with the knight on f5, Kate wants to go f4, try to bully the knight away so she can go queen takes g7, and with the bishop on c1, protect the pawn on f4 as well. That would be winning, simply winning. So queen c3 and the clock times, Kate?
So Levon has 23 minutes and Hikaru 18 minutes.
It's very close.
So a promising moment here in the semi-classical game for Levon. And Levon's tournament has been a kind of up and down. I don't think he really was in good form for the first day, but he's been playing himself into form. And his protagonist of 120 games, Hikaru Nakamura, rook to d2. Okay, of all of the moves on my agenda,
Rook to d2.
Rook to d2 didn't figure in. Rook to d2.
I mean, you are putting pressure on
Should
d6.
we go back to the other one for the moment, just because I feel things are not improving for Ray, but he's running out of time.
Okay, let's do it. We're going to flip to our tournament leader, Fabi. Fabi has destiny in his hands. Should he win this game, that's it. He wins the tournament outright. He's a pawn to the good.
So Ray managed to capture the pawn on c4. So what happened?
So rook d, when we left it, we saw the move knight f3. He traded a7 for and h2, h4, just stopping any ideas of h5, h4.
And I like this. I like the fact that he's keeping up the tempo, Fabiano. He's not overthinking it, trying to be perfect in this game. He's just playing moves, keeping the pressure on the clock on Ray Robson right now. And he just simply has a winning position, an extra pawn, and I don't see the compensation.
But is it that easy to win this?
It's not easy. No, absolutely not.
I mean, if I'm Ray and I'm going to play g6, king g7, and just nothing, queen back and forth, I'm just waiting.
Be careful, because you're doing nothing with the pawn on b5. Like, I will do what you said, do nothing. I will go rook to d4, I will go a3, and then I will target the pawn on b5.
Well, just to show how easy it is
play
to
b4.
To
how easy is it?
Lose it very quickly. If you do go g6.
G6, that's good.
I do think after queen a6, you're losing another pawn.
Oh, wow, okay.
King g7 and bishop e2.
Overloaded queen.
But not.
Oh, but the rook is hanging. I can capture.
Let's show Cristian what knight it is. Waiting 3 days for that, cheapo, by the way. I mean,
you guys got it. Okay,
but the point that I was about to make is that with the pawn on b5, yes.
Yeah.
If your pawn is on b4, it's not a target for the light squared bishop.
You can go queen c5, but even after that, rook to d6, something has to give at some point, right?
Also,
rook f4 as well.
But let's imagine you go rook d6. Okay.
Sure.
Here. Rook d6.
Okay, yes.
I go knight g4.
Yes.
I mean, if you trade the light pieces, then the white king is a little weak. No.
Yeah. No.
Sure.
I agree that just on major pieces only, it's hard.
Right? It's hard because the
hard.
king is not safe.
That's
for
right.
white.
That's right.
So
You've got
right now I'm
counterplay.
happy. At least I'm targeting
But
that
I can go
f2
rook
square.
f4. That's the thing.
Okay,
right?
so we do have h4. So we were looking at g6.
Yeah.
And let's imagine I go rook to d4. Where did we go with the queen?
Let's go to c3.
c3.
But now queen a6, right?
And now queen a6.
That loses a pawn.
Wait a second. If I go queen e1,
Casito. King has to go to
rook
g2.
c1, who is checkmating whom?
You're trying to checkmate me. Okay.
Successfully.
Maybe. Maybe.
Very successfully.
Wait, just 1 second. Just 1 second. I still have bishop to d1, but that's not good
That
enough.
wasn't
No,
the
that's not good
intention
enough. No.
when we went for this. Why not begin with king
We need
g2?
to be a bit careful. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we should begin with king to g2. I'm assuming you wanted to play king
Yes.
to g7 in this case.
And now we can go for rook to d4, right?
Yeah. Also, it's strange. Our queen hasn't really done much on a7. Queen e7, central.
Guys, we've been
Yes.
talking about this position for 4 minutes, and Ray is still thinking.
Ray hasn't
much time
moved
does he
since
have?
h4.
30 seconds
How much time
30
does he have?
on his
seconds.
clock.
Oh my goodness, he's going down to his last 2 seconds. He's addicted.
Ray.
He's addicted.
I mean, there is
Ray.
15-second increment, but this is forever in this game for
No.
Ray. He's going to be on
No.
increment.
He was down.
No
2 seconds.
bathroom breaks. No
G6
bathroom
on the board.
breaks. We only looked at G6. We didn't consider any other move except G6. And Ray took 5 minutes to play the one move, the only move we considered.
I think he was
And now
waiting for
Fabi has
our
to
consensus.
Fabi has to readjust because opponent who's taking so long, you just kind of like, wait a minute, I'm just going to win on time. He's just going to overstep.
36 minutes against 22 seconds.
Wow. Personally, I would just play king g2 a la tempo, like I was waiting for g6. What took you so long? I'll play king g2. You'll play king g7, and then I'll start to think, what do I do next? By the way, you're checking and rook c1. That's devastating. That's why the inclusion of the move king g2 was a very good idea to avoid what you've just pointed out, Kate.
Just knowing these positions, I feel it's still kind of difficult. I mean,
It
but
is.
Fabiano, okay, he's the number, 3, 4 in the world now,
And
so
one of the great
his
technical
technique
players.
is extremely good.
Yeah.
But for us mortals, this is still difficult.
Yeah, the conversion between the cup and the lip. Many drop is slipped. Again, king g2, you don't, it's not like you have a forcing sequence of moves that are just going to win the game. So improving moves, to my mind, what's an improving move? King g2. To my mind, what's an improving move? a3. I would be very, very reluctant to play a move like queen to d4. Even if I thought that, hey, look, this ending with a passer is very good, I would like to keep queens on, especially when my opponent's low on the clock.
Yes.
The presence of the queens means that there's much more dangerous attacking ideas. So when my opponent's in time trouble, I'm not going to help them by simplifying.
And speaking about opponents in trouble, Hikaru is still thinking, and I think he had maybe like a 10-minute now thing, because he has 11 minutes on his clock right now.
Okay, and that was, we left it at rook d2.
Yeah, and nothing happened there. We don't have to go there. No moves were played on that board, but Hikaru is still thinking.
Okay, so once again, king g2, make small, quick improving moves, and in your mind, you're prepping these ideas that Cristian had, which was, the bishop e2, you start to target the pawn on b5, rook to d6, rook to d4. To my mind, the queen on a7 is not ideal. I would much rather have the queen patrolling this long diagonal, queen
should we
e5,
start with
queen
king
e7.
g2, maybe?
Yes.
Yes, but I think
100%.
from strategic perspective, maybe Fabiano knows he's going to play king g2, but he's looking what he wants to do next.
What's his
so
ideal
he
setup?
can just play quickly.
Make some quick moves. Yes.
Yeah.
Put some pressure.
So he wants
I like
to see
that.
what is the setup that is working for me after I play king g2,
Right.
so I don't have to spend time later and give Ray time to evaluate that position.
So from just everything you say, what's the perfect squares? To my mind, rook d4, rook f4, king g2, queen e7. So I'm thinking that the ideal squares for my pieces will be to put my rook on f4, put my king on g2, and put my queen on e7. I can achieve those three things. Something good's going to happen.
Yeah, I really like your idea of getting the rook on the 4th rank, because I'm otherwise worried about the knight being on g4, targeting f2, and as you said, we don't want to capture the minor pieces because the endgame with heavy pieces is unclear.
And once again, to remind our viewers, Fabi came into this round, came into the semi-classical game with the lead. He wins, that's it. He's the tournament champion.
And also to remind our viewers, Ray Robson has only 22 seconds on his clock.
Ray's reminding himself of that as well. 22 seconds versus 32 minutes. Huge time advantage and an extra pawn for Fabi. He's got to feel like the tournament is all but won.
And that's what he did right now. He's tried to calm himself down. He had a sip of water. Look, I have all the time in the world. I don't need to hurry. I have options. I understand rook d4, rook d6, king g2, everything. He knows he's winning at this point, right? Or at least has great chance to do so. He just wants to make the most testing moves possible so that Ray, with 22 seconds, doesn't have enough time to make the best decisions.
I just should say that with Wesley's draw, Fabi can also win the tournament with a draw now.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Hikaru can catch him.
Only on a loss.
Oh, you're right.
Only on a loss.
You
With a
are
draw,
right.
He clinches as well.
You are right.
Yeah. No, we
and we've been saying that there are cash prizes for each game, but there is a trophy for the winner.
Yes.
Yeah. So there is something to fight for to win the tournament.
Absolutely.
But to be honest, I mean, Fabi wants to win this one.
Of course.
That extra
and this is the Champion
6,000.
Showdown trophy. That looks like a monstrous shadow. What am I looking at here?
Very nice golden king.
A golden king.
What is it written on it? Can we
Champion
see?
Showdown 2025.
Champion. Okay.
Champion.
There we go.
Is it a silhouette or is it like the World Chess Hall of Fame, a big
I think
king?
it's a silhouette.
Yeah, you think so? Okay.
Beautiful, beautiful trophy.
I'm not sure.
I believe it's made locally here in St. Louis.
It's a cardboard cutout. I'm telling you guys, they got the wrong thing. They got the wrong one. They had the cardboard cutout and there was going to be marble. They sent us, they broke the marble and they sent us the cardboard. They say, hey, that's pretty good. We'll
The whole budget went to the prizes.
That's it. Very generous
Nothing
budget.
left
Very generous budget on the prize fund. Nothing left for the trophy. Okay, King G2. Come on, Fabi. Just slowly improve your position, and let's go. Okay, I can't stand it. I got to see what's going on in the Levon game because that move, Rook D2, was such a surprise that Levon came up with. I want to see how Hikaru responded to that one. Oops, I got the wrong game. Apologies for that. Where are you, Hikaru? No.
Here you go. Yes, yes.
Yes. Where is it?
No, you're in wrong round.
Wrong round. There we go. Apologies. Wrong round. Rook D2, we left it right here. We had been expecting, after the move Queen E6, Queen C3 seemed like the most
just great.
Logical.
Yeah.
Rook to D2, offering
I understand
the
the
pawn
idea
on D3.
of maybe targeting the pawn on D6.
Exactly. Queen D1 on Levon's agenda, which is exactly what he did. He decided that his queen should defend and not necessarily interfere with the long diagonal. In his mind, and I get it, he's targeting this pawn, but he desperately wants to play knight.
But I like what Hikaru now did. Knight g6, and now Hikaru is targeting that pawn on e4.
Whoa. Remember, in the dynamic of bishop versus knight, bishops love the positions to be open. In principle, the knights like closed position, and trading the pawn on d6 for the pawn on e4.
Can I go knight e2?
But you have to be careful also, because rook takes d6. There's also knight e2, potentially a trick.
Right. So what's the...
Knight
I mean,
e2.
he did take on d6.
He did.
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I'm saying.
It's on the board.
So can we play knight e2?
Let's have a look.
You cannot move the king. If you move the king, I'm going to capture the rook with a check.
No, I think he wants to take on e2.
Yep.
So queen captures.
And follow it up with knight f5.
Which has been the dream for long. Remember, we've got rook takes e6. You just gave me a check on e2. I'm ready to give you a check on e7.
Okay, but your back rank, I mean, can I give back the rook? Rook takes f5 and the other rook takes
the rooks have been thrown around as if they're not worth a rook. Rook takes
the knights
f5.
matter.
It's all about the knight.
And, rook e8, I cannot do that. Oh, pardon me, that's just...
Let me. No, you can't. And the problem is, if you're forced to move your queen, this hurts your feelings, right?
Okay, so we have queen takes e4, not knight to e2.
And that was the dynamic that I wanted to mention, is that after queen takes e4, and again, very strong move, nothing's wrong with this.
We can go bishop b2.
Bishop b2.
I mean, the rooks, the bishop, that's a great cooperation of white's pieces.
Yes, it is. And by the way, rook d7, I would get very, very, very nervous on the black side of a position where I was facing
something
h4.
went wrong here for Hikaru.
It
we
feels
like
like
this position very much.
Easy play for.
Maybe he underestimated this rook takes d6. Because I don't
sure
think...
he saw knight e2
Yeah, knight
and thought
e2.
rook takes d6 wasn't playable. And then once he played rook d6, he said, oh no, I have to go queen takes e4. So here we are expecting that the bishop on c1, which so far has not been bothering anybody, suddenly, like a super magnet, drawn to the long diagonal, hitting the pawn on g7, prepping rook to d7, and maybe the best game prize, we should keep it in abeyance for just a moment, because there could be some...
And also it's important to know that Hikaru has only 8 minutes on the clock, while Levon has 19 minutes.
Almost a 2-to-1 advantage in time for Levon. So we're expecting bishop b2. Because Levon's taking such a while here, could he be thinking about h4?
He must be. He must be, yes.
Because you're always thinking about rook takes h6, h5, drive the knight away.
The problem with h4 is I really don't like to allow that queen to swing to b1.
Swing to where?
To b1.
To boy one.
Yeah, just to start having
What are you doing down there?
This type of queen c1.
He wants to queen takes c1 and capture the bishop. Hurt your feelings.
I'm gonna. Who's hurting whose feelings? H5.
Right. That's he went for it. H4 is on the board.
That's what. Wow. Well, what was the alternative to bishop b2? He had to be thinking about h4.
Yeah.
So okay, h4 on the board. You were saying. Queen
okay, let's go
b1.
Knight h4.
Let's say yes. Knight h4.
So
like
h6 is hanging. Let's just understand that. I don't know. This is a kind of a messed up on the first rank. What I'd like to do is play queen d4. So I'm going to go king h2 so I can target this pawn and play queen g4 or queen
Knight
d4.
f5?
No. You guys are...
I cannot go knight f5 or?
No, you guys are going to get killed here.
What?
He wants
Just
to
a second.
Why?
Sacrifice on g7 and some queen g4,
I don't believe you,
right?
yes.
You don't believe me?
I don't believe
wow.
I think my position is safe and sound.
Ben Larson. Oh, what a character he was. Just a wonderful man. Knight f5. Gosh darn it. I feel like I set the table nicely for queen d4. Rook d7? Rook d7, give me the pawn. This is this is going nicely, right?
I don't want to capture the bishop now and get checkmated once you capture with the other rook.
Yeah, this is a pattern everybody should have hardwired. If you're an amateur player, you should know this pattern. 2 rooks on the 7th rank, checkmate.
I think it's the blind swine. Checkmate.
The blind swine, dying. But I'm looking at rook. I'm thinking this is very dangerous. I don't think you can play queen b1. And Hikaru, tell me again about the clock times.
I mean, Hikaru has 6 minutes. Ooh. By the way, one thing to consider, can I just capture that pawn? What happens if knight takes h4?
Again,
it's a pishka.
Any trade of pawns?
But the knights don't do any,
Any trade of pawns, queen g4, rook takes h6, rook d7.
And the knights don't have enough cooperation there.
I mean, I respect that you're attacking g2, but I've got it covered a couple of times.
Okay, you know what? This queen to b1
was wrong.
Annoying. Let's go rook f7 from the beginning.
From the beginning?
From the beginning. I don't want to take on h4. I do like to defend that 7th rank.
Yes.
Rook d7 is very, very annoying.
I agree with you wholeheartedly on that one. Okay, but then h4 became a useful move.
Yes and no. I don't know. I will take it next move.
Okay,
so
no, you won't.
You have to do something about it.
I will.
You're holding on to it.
Yeah. Well, having said A, h4, you got to say B, h5. By the way, Bent Larson was one of those players who absolutely loved to play h4, h5. And so many of his games.
Knight h4. You know what?
What?
I'm coming for you, Yasser.
And are you sure you don't want the knight to the center, Cristian? Knight e5, knight d3?
We can try that as well. Okay. But let's put some pressure on Yasser because he's becoming a bit
I'm enjoying.
He's enjoying
this some pressure
too much.
Okay.
Too much.
So is queen g4?
All right, let's have some fun. Knight takes g2.
Which one?
Knight h takes g2.
Knight h.
Well, if I take with the other one, you take my queen.
Okay.
And if I do that, you take like that. You're sneaky. I don't like you. Queen b1 now.
Queen b1. Hold on. Queen b1.
Yes.
Okay, so you're attacking my bishop.
Yes.
That's about it. 2 pieces? Okay. 2 minor pieces? I don't know.
Cristian, I don't like this.
You don't like it, no?
Yeah.
Queen e8.
Queen.
Wow. Look at that bar.
Look at the bar. That's a double question mark.
The computer didn't like it. I didn't like it. How did Hikaru find this move?
But rook takes g6, queen g4?
Or starting with queen g4?
Maybe I don't even have to like.
I mean, what about h5?
Well,
there are so many options.
So the immediacy, the
what in the world is queen to e8?
So the most forcing, rook takes, give me the knight. King f7, rook f6, h5, and that's a splat. So we're going to win 2 minor pieces for a rook with rook takes g6. Queen g4 is a good move. h5 is a good move.
I mean,
everything's good.
This retreat is not helping anything.
Whoa. And even VAR is suggesting also what looks really powerful, queen c2, hitting the knight.
Hikaru needs to have something
check.
in mind, right? Like,
oh my God.
What does he have in mind?
Queen e8?
Maybe he wants to play rook d8 to trade the rooks? To just bail out?
Wow. Queen c2 looks really, really powerful. I'm just still.
I think he's just going to take. To be honest, I think he's just going to take and go queen g4. Queen c2, I understand, is very, very powerful.
Very strong.
What about h5? You don't like it?
h5 is also probably just winning.
You got to play knight e5 and take this guy.
Yeah, I want to take on h6. Oh, but then I give the file.
Yeah, maybe I'm not happy with h5. But queen g4, just piling up the pressure on this knight. Queen c2, queen g4. This just looks so
because you don't have anything like
smooth.
Rook d8 now for black to try to gain that bishop on c1 because the d1 square is guarded by the knight.
Queen c2 is very powerful, yes. Not only that, but you're replacing your best piece, the rook on c2, with a queen on c2 finally.
Right?
That was the best piece for a long time.
The other advantage of queen c2 is you know, you're ready to give a check and force this king perhaps to a square where bishop b2 could
I
really...
think next move is bishop b2. You just want to play it slow. Like that knight on g6 is never moving away from it.
And the other nice benefit of rook on d6 is the queen to c2, pardon me. You can't play rook d8. I'll just trade and take on g6.
And you know, once white goes bishop b2, I mean, look at the harmony of the white pieces.
Oh, no, everything.
Just everything is perfect. I mean, we talked about those rooks, the white rooks just being kind of awkward part of the game. Now they're fantastic, beautiful.
Yeah. I was saying in a book I wrote about combinations, one of the I had what I called a clumsy rook problem. My rooks never seemed to get coordinated, and learning how to coordinate the rooks led me to chess mastery. And in this case, you're just about to speak to that point, the rook on g3 and the rook on d6, harmoniously attacking the g6 knight. Queen e8, double question mark. I just don't even know how Hikaru came up with that move. It just, the queen on e4 was so powerfully centralized. You don't usually...
You don't give up that control
that outpost
that
he had.
center.
Clock times?
I mean, Levon has a lot of time, 15 minutes, so he's really thinking this through. But Hikaru only 4:28.
Oh, excuse me, 4:28, sorry. So big time advantage here.
And I think Levon is kind of feeling that something is wrong with this move, Queen E8.
It's an ugly move, right?
Yeah.
It's an ugly move.
I love it when my opponent's retreating. You go back. just
go
go away. Go as far away as you want to go. Queen E8, I cheer.
One of those moves that you really feel should not be a good move. Like you just look at it
and you go, no.
This is not a good move.
No,
it doesn't accomplish enough to be
exactly.
a good move.
Exactly.
Yeah, Queen C2 is just a very, very powerful response in this one.
Right. And
by the way, I think Levon, he's playing.
Rook takes G6.
Rook takes G6.
And this is the most natural way to continue.
There's just no
choice. So the engine is saying
take.
missed opportunity, but
Queen to G4.
It's a very direct way of putting more pressure on that G file.
And this is what has happened. Now again, King H7 or Rook F6. Rook F6 I really don't like because there will be a future tempo, but this also looks oof.
Also Rook F6, Bishop B2
That's what I mean. It's just a future tempo as well, Bishop B2. No, I don't like Rook F6.
It seems hopeless, almost.
Yeah, you're
Maybe
getting...
you have to go Queen F7 and try to go for the F2 pawn, get as much as possible before you enter this endgame.
I agree. Queen F7, Queen takes G6. Do I have to take? Yes, because you're defending.
Yeah, you can take and go Queen F6 or Queen F7.
And just hope for the best.
By the way, just to quickly update you, Ray Robson just made a move with 2 seconds on his clock.
Should we He's going to be doing that more. This, again, is now becoming a technical struggle as Levon is going to win material. 2 minor pieces for a exchange. Looks like he's in good shape. We're jumping back to the position between Ray and Fabi. By the way, look at what Fabi is doing.
Yeah, Fabi is doing the
G2,
setup that you suggested. Putting the rook on the 4th rank to be guarding the G4 square, putting pressure on the knight and potentially the pawn on F7, activating the queen.
And I was saying Queen E7, Rook F4. So before undertaking, concrete measures, first just put your pieces on all the best squares. And so far, he's done that.
And you don't need to have a plan what to do after, right? Just figure out the best squares and then think what you can do with those pieces.
There was a wonderful quote by Grandmaster Ruben Fine, and he was explaining that you put all your pieces on the best squares, and then combinations are as natural as a baby's smile. When the pieces are there, right? When Rook F4, Bishop F3.
And you see Ray Robson with 17 seconds, so that's 2 seconds and 15-second increment.
By the way, I only like the bishop on F3 as a defensive square. If it was up to me, I would be putting the bishop on B3, where I see much more offensive. You were telling me about knight G4 Well, once I got my rook on f4, that knight's...
now that's safe.
So I'm looking at bishop d1 and bishop b3 as the next step of improving my pieces to their maximum. Time? You said 2 seconds, huh?
So he played queen e5,
So
right?
he played queen e5, yes.
Queen e5 on the board.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Which is a move to stop you from playing that queen e7 move.
Queen e7 is no longer on tap. Yep.
So let's say you go for this bishop d1.
Okay.
Bishop d1, bishop b3.
Well, you got check on d5. I'm having to come right back, right?
That forces me to go.
Unfortunately.
Actually, does it?
What? Oh.
Maybe I can go e4.
Huh?
Ooh, because the rook on c5 will be hanging.
Oh.
And if you take on e4, then bishop f3, you might get pinned on too many pins.
Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, so
And if you
bishop
capture with
d1
the
is
knight,
legit.
Yeah, knight
The
a4,
knight,
maybe
then you
bishop
are
f3.
setting up yourself to get into a pin. And you don't have f5, remember, because that queen is pinning that pawn.
As Nikolai Minev would say, illegal.
Yeah, I think this is just bad.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop d1 is legit. I saw queen d5 and I stopped. I forgot that the rook on c5 was hanging. So, I mean, again, if you allow it, yeah, bishop
Not
d3.
only that it's legit, but it's one of those moves that really surprises you. And with
Because
17
it's a
seconds,
redirection, yeah?
you don't really expect it. And you
No.
also see this queen d5, you're like, okay, bishop d1 doesn't work.
Right.
I'm not even considering it. So
Right.
with 17 seconds, you get confused. You're like, wait a minute,
Wait,
what is this
wait.
bishop d1?
Yeah, you
Let's
get
give a
thrown
check
off.
on d5. And after e4, I think you're just busted.
Indeed. The other really wonderful thing about playing with the time advantage is you have this wonderful control over the move orders. You can sit there and say, okay, now I want to think 3 moves ahead. So you can go boom, boom, boom. And your opponent, is hoping that you play move, think a minute, make a move, think a minute, make a move. And then when you're going 3 in a row, it's very disturbing to the player who's in time trouble. It's
Right.
like, now am I in a blitz match? And then you can think again. So the fact that you can change the pace is really off-putting. I mean, I'm amazed that Ray can join, the 2700 elite class by getting himself in such time trouble. I never was a good time trouble player when I was in time trouble.
By the way, what is another move? If I don't play bishop d1, bishop b3, I can stall with like king h2. But can I go maybe like queen a3, queen b4?
Good moves, but here, what I like to do is to be as disturbing as possible. The move queen b6 threatens, rook takes f6, and queen takes c5. I'm hitting the pawn on b5 as well, making bishop e2 a potential, as well again as rook f6. Bishop d1.
But I'm also allowing
goodness.
trades, and I thought we don't want to do that.
I don't want to allow trades.
So that allows knight d5.
Because I'm losing my queen again.
There is a different attack.
I was going to take the rook, you would take my rook.
By the way, bishop d1 on the board, queen d5, e4.
Let's go for it.
Ooh.
I mean, Fabi has 30 minutes. He can think this through, but...
Okay, let's just see what would happen. After e4, he's going to go back. Yeah? We're going to go bishop to b3. He has to defend the pawn on f7. So rook to c7. Now what's our sequence? What is our next sequence? Queen back to e3 or queen to b6? Hurry.
Queen to... I'm worried queen to b6 is just losing a pawn, so queen to
Oh,
b3.
he just came back.
Oh, he just came back. Because it is a little committal, actually. Now when
put the
we
pawn
are...
on e4.
Yeah, now when we are going through that variation, I'm not sure.
Yeah. It's just kind of that bad luck. And you were about to point out, I was saying further improvements. A2, A3 for me is always an improvement. Queen to b6, I have overlooked that after knight d5, queen takes c5 is a very bad move.
Yeah.
Check.
And if white has to then capture the knight, then we are getting to have a rook and queen endgame.
Yeah.
And then I'm very happy because this has better chances for me to make a draw.
Absolutely, a much harder win suddenly. The
Hikaru
present
seems to be putting the finishing touches.
Levon.
Levon on Hikaru.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
We'll leave this one and we'll jump to our, again, for those of you joining us late, Wesley made a draw. Wesley made a draw against Leinier already. And, okay, we left it, we had just seen the move, queen g4, rook d8, h5, munch munch.
And then we set 2 pieces for rook.
Usually that is a huge advantage for the minor pieces. And, oh my gosh, with knight f5.
Knight f5 coming, or maybe even g5, h6 stuff.
It's over.
That is scary.
Harmonic convergence. There's going to be a celebration on the G7 square.
Yes. Oh yes.
Oh my goodness.
Coronation, and I really like this move G4, right?
Right.
Coming to F5. But also, I'm ready to push that pawn and create pass pawn.
Right.
I will get a queen if you don't pay attention. Once I take that pawn on
Pawn G7. But also, it's sort of like you can also follow it up with knight F5. Put the pawn on f4, all your pieces are mine, and everything. Oh, this is...
38 seconds for Hikaru.
Oh.
He knows he's in a desperate situation right now.
He knows he blew it. Oh. That queen e8, that just never occurred to anybody. Rook check, that doesn't really help. You don't have rook b2.
He wants to go behind. He wants to go to e1. So
to
that
stop
knight
f5.
I mean, that's the one thing that you need to stop in the position. Once the knight...
Can I just go g5, h6?
You can try, yeah. That's an interesting
G5,
option.
be careful. Rook e2. Do I have a threat? And I think
you probably do,
rook
but
e2.
g5, rook e2, maybe knight g4 also. Could be an idea.
And what Kate's intention was in case of hg5, she wants to play...
I want to park that one on g7,
G7.
then get my knight to h6, and that's it.
Yeah. We know those checkmates, those checkmating patterns. Rook to e1.
And what if I go bishop to d4?
Yeah, because if the sole idea is to stop knight f5 because the bishop is hanging, move the bishop will defend f2, and then you'll go knight f5.
I guess he wants to give up a pawn. He wants to go c5.
c5?
And then
if I
exchange
take
the
it?
rooks with rook f6.
Ah. Okay, h6 is still hanging, but it potentially...
It's his only chance.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it's his only chance.
I would not want to trade the rooks, and I'm warming up to g5 very, very much. g5 looks awesome, actually. g5 takes h6. You put a pawn on.
Which is very straightforward.
Indeed. Levon knows he's got him.
Wow.
Let's see, it's still not over yet. It's still not over yet. What I do know about these players is that they fight until the end. And they will find...
If there's a resource.
They will find every single resource. I mean,
if there is any possibility, they'll find a window and climb right through it.
But
Let's take a look
Hikaru
at
has
this
only
one.
1 minute on his clock.
G5, H5,
H6.
H6, rook E2. Give me the pawn. Knight to G4,
So
yes?
knight to G4.
Rook to E4. Give me the knight.
Okay, now pause, because I can... Okay, let's have rook takes G7. I probably don't like it, but it's there.
Rook takes G7. That's probably winning, but I'm thinking F3. Yeah?
F3.
F3 is the safest. All the pieces are protecting each other, mutual protection. Hikaru doesn't
Oh,
like
we
it.
see bishop d4 was played, so Levon did not go for that g5 immediately.
And C5, as you
Responded.
said, instantly Hikaru says, my only chance, the rook is too strong. He's trying to distract the bishop. Bishop takes C5 so that he can play rook F6. It's still a losing ending, but it's his best chance.
At least the king is safe, right?
Yeah,
because
he's not getting
this g5,
mated.
a6 is very dangerous for the black king as well.
Exactly. Can I just direct my focus on the G7 pawn once again? Knight F5 and bishop to D4. Knight F5. I'm assuming you have to take?
Yes, let's say I take.
I'm assuming you have to play rook here?
Let's say. I don't see the threat. What's the threat?
I wanted to play bishop to D4 with my king coming up the board. So you take a pawn. Maybe I'm giving more chances than I should. But if I go bishop takes G7, I move the bishop, then knight takes H6, the checkmating pattern that you liked.
And the pawn on G6 is going to just walk through.
Precisely. The pawn on G6 is just an awesome, like you could play, just putting some moves on the board for just a moment, you could play something like this, but I've got knight E7 check, so you can't even take this pawn. Again, I've got G7 and knight E7. And I was about to say, it's a nice game, a very, very nice game by Levon, but I don't think he's overcoming Ray Hikaru's nice attack against Levon. Levon's trying to get himself out from the best game prize.
That was
Wesley.
Wesley,
pardon me.
yes.
Yeah. Well, no, Levon's trying to just save himself from the best game prize. Okay, no bishop takes C5. Bishop C3, tickling the rook. The rook came to C1.
Maybe
the bishop went back.
To go the other way right now? No, but knight C4, rook to E4 is a problem. Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the follow-up? Why did you provoke C5? And now you put the bishop back on E5.
And now he's going to go G5.
He's back to G5.
Back to G5.
Okay, there's an argument to be made that the pawn on C5 is more vulnerable.
I made a mistake. I just lost the tempo, but G5 works.
No harm, no foul.
Actually, I do sort of understand why. Because right now, the pawn majority for black is immobile.
Yes.
Like there's no more B5.
Precisely. That's what I meant to say.
B5 was somewhat of a problem.
Yes.
Right.
G5 on the board.
So that is
some
either
crafty
very,
stuff.
very crafty.
Some crafty stuff.
Wow.
Bishop D4, bishop C3, bishop E5. That's a nice little maneuver, just to get C5 in.
I'm calling the arbiter Chris Bird and say, just wand this guy down. I mean, the provoking C6, C5, and loose and taking away B5 as a potential source of counterplay. That's.
I mean, there is also the possibility that you just missed C5. And then you realize, let's go back because I don't want to trade the rooks.
And Hikaru with down to his last seconds.
Oh, that's an interesting idea. King F8 to not allow to have a passed pawn there.
It's too easy for white. Otherwise, okay, we take twice. What can we do? Take twice on H6. I mean, we've got a passed H pawn. Let's put that pesky.
You can also take your C5 pawn right now because there's no more rook to F6. But yes, this also looks extremely compelling.
Yep. True that. So
from H pawn is going to go places.
Exactly. And we've got this bishop on E5, by the way, lording over the board. The bishop on E5 controls the H8 promotion square, while also, in a sense, stopping any counterplays based on rook A1.
From the body posture, it almost feels like Hikaru is close to giving up.
He wants to throw in the towel, but he's not done yet. He's still got some cheapos up his sleeve.
I mean, if I go rook E2 here.
Rook E2 here.
Okay. Bishop
Knight
F6.
to G.
No, let's threaten mate. Bishop F6.
Threaten mate?
Why not?
That's rude.
He went knight G4.
Wow, okay. All right, well, we think this is all Levon. Levon is putting on the finishing touches here. Let's just get back to the game of our tournament leader, Fabiano. When we left it, Fabi was very much in command. Rook trades happen. What happened here? We left it around here.
So the rooks were traded.
At
So
Fabi's
that's-
instigation, by the way.
So what's the time? Because it says 0-0, but I think, oh, Ray played with 1 second, so he has 16 seconds on the clock.
Really?
Wow.
Okay, with the pawn, again, so long as the pawn is on b5, I want to play a3. Just lock it down. Lock it down. Queen c3, very desirable.
So you just want to go after that b5 pawn, right?
I'm a simple man. I apologize. Sometimes people think, I'm deep and thoughtful and brilliant. No. I really just wanted your pawn. A3, keeping the pawn on b5. Cristian, how
A3 is great. A3 is great, and A3 is probably going to be winning. But I do believe that
he's done it.
Yep.
We're most likely going to see a handshake in Hikaru's game.
We might see a handshake in this one very soon as well. And there's the handshake there. And I don't think Hikaru is still aware that Queen e8 was the fault.
But it was even the move before it, right? Queen e8 was the second mistake in a row.
Right. There was this whole Queen e6 concept that didn't work. Queen c3 by Fabi. Ray down to 10 seconds. Let's switch back to the game of Fabi and Ray Robson. Here we go. Did we see another 1 second move?
Well,
this is a magical clock.
Ray has
for
the
Ray,
magic
just
touch.
always having that 1 second there.
The funny part is that my clock on the platform that we're watching the games on was showing 0-0.
0-0, right? Yes.
Oh.
He's just played the move King. So the whole point is Ray's got a trick. The desirable bishop takes c6, Queen d5 check.
But what's
careful?
Why
it's
is that,
check.
Why is that the problem?
You mean there's a knight hanging on?
Maybe.
Well, but where do you go
F6.
with the king?
Let's go King g1.
So any checks on the first rank, I can meet with a block, right? Yes. It's true.
Okay, it's true. I admit it, it's true. But knight g4, or you're not worried about anything?
Knight
like
g4,
that?
bishop e2, stopping stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Stopping stuff. So bishop takes d5 is actually, bishop takes b5 is actually a winning move. Oh my gosh, we're going to have to give the provenance. We're signing the Levon versus Wesley, yes. I mean, I know that the players in the Grand Prix, when they play on these boards, they have to sign that this game, round 3, you're buying a piece of history, right? And I'm just saying that we've made a selection of our prize, our best game prize, and the judges are forced to be witnesses. I mean, my goodness. Where's my ducat signet ring, Pressing.
That was a good game by Levon, and I have to say, after that first day where he didn't do amazing.
He wasn't in
came
form.
back.
Yes.
He came back.
He did.
And winning the last classical, that's huge, because that gives you a big paycheck.
Exactly.
I have a feeling he's going from 5th place to maybe 3rd place right now in the standings, maybe 2nd even, who knows?
He's saying, guys, why are we only play three rounds? I want to play, and he's done it.
Bishop
Fabiano
takes
b5.
That's pawn number 2.
King g1.
King g1, and he's challenging Ray. He's saying, look, Ray,
I don't see it.
I don't see it. Where's your counter?
You take the bishop, I take your knight, and I have 2 extra pawns.
Exactly.
And that should be enough. Knight to
e4.
Okay.
Queen to b2.
Queen to d3.
Queen to d3.
Yeah, that's... Queen to d3, queen f5 is probably what he wants.
Forgive me, I don't quite see it. Queen to b2, it defends, it patrols the diagonal, and it preps bishop f1, right? Ooh, queen c8 check, excuse me. Let's catch up with the players. Queen c8 check, king g7. What does Fabi have in mind? Bishop f1?
Maybe queen d7?
Queen d7. Queen d7 stops queen f5.
And I
defends
want
the
I do have
bishop.
queen d4 in case you try to be
Extra.
sneaky with queen a2.
So you can
Right.
play knight d6 to stop that trade.
But then I've got a4.
Once you put yourself
A4.
on the
Yeah.
pin, that's it.
That's it. So queen d7 is Fabi's intention. Good move. It defends b5. Does so with a gain of tempo too,
By the way, Fabi is now less than 3 minutes. So
Okay. How many moves has Ray made with a single second on his clock?
I mean, now he has 37 seconds, but in this game, I think 3 moves with 1 second and
He
2
played-
moves with 2 seconds.
He had 16 seconds on his clock, and he's done it. Queen d7. And that should be the finishing touch, seriously. 2 extra pawns. Ray's got no possibility of getting to white's king.
And in fact, you cannot really stay close to your knight anymore because this queen d4 is very, very threatening in the position. Like if you try
Right.
to venture with your queen, queen b3, queen a2, not working.
Knight d6. I would play bishop f1 in a nanosecond, but
And that's
others
just a
might
sad move to make.
Others might play a4 and say, "Hey, look, you're in a pin."
And that's the ambitious move that just Fabiano made, a4.
Yep. You're in a self pin, and a4. Okay. Again, the reason I really like the bishop on f1 is just to emphasize the pin, and then you go a4, a5, a6, right?
So we have
Queen
next
e5,
move.
bishop to f1, a5 is coming,
Yeah.
knight to f5.
Stopping queen to d4. Queen to any queen trade, and the a pawn runs the board.
Maybe thinking about some knight takes g3, but oh, that probably doesn't work because
Knight
there's
g3,
always
queen
queen
d4.
d4. You don't care about that pawn. You have a
Exactly.
passer on that a file.
Queen b5 would have my attention here, guys. I mean, I'm a simple man.
Yep,
Queen
it's on the
b5.
board.
I want to play a5 and a6, and just chill.
Yeah,
I think
Fabi
control.
just made the move.
Both players know that
Yeah, it's
it seems to be over. Queen
Queen
to c3, still
c3.
looking at some piece sacrifices.
knight takes e3 business.
But that's, I mean, a5 is just
Yeah,
finishing right now.
a5.
You don't get to sacrifice your knight.
There's
in
no
a good
perpetual
manner.
check.
No,
There's
not
a
even
bishop on
close.
f1. There's
Not
a
even
queen on the
close.
long die. Yeah,
Not
I
even
mean,
close.
we can also play queen c4.
queen c4. But hey, look, that pawn is just 3 squares away from coronation.
Once you move the knight, that d4 square becomes available, and I will redirect my queen to d4.
Exactly. Knight to d6, queen to d5, followed by queen to d4.
You're paralyzed, and all I have to do is just push my pawn.
A good quality game from Fabi, as he had advantage from the opening and he just kept it. He just kept it.
5 seconds
Yeah.
for Ray Robson.
Queen e1. Again, just kind of looking for trouble, but because of this queen e5 check against any kind of sacrifice, it means that we can play a6 and be brave.
a6.
And that pawn is even defended by the bishop on f1. So
which is the whole
we can
dream.
freely move the queen anywhere we want.
Exactly.
Yeah, very, very simple, but he decides to give a check first.
I think the idea is that he's going to play a6, and he didn't want to allow queen a1. If we had started with a6...
He could have played queen a1 before.
I
He just
know.
went from c3.
I know.
I don't know. It's a bit
f6
strange.
and queen c7.
Oh, I'm
King
gonna,
h6.
I'm going to refresh my board, pardon me.
And now, push it,
Let's go.
as Yasser says.
Push him,
Push
baby.
him, baby.
What do we do with past pawns? Push him, baby. Yeah, again, any sacrifice, knight takes e3, we've got that covered with a queen f4 check.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think there's any perpetuals either, but just to rub it in, and there we have it. Congratulations, Fabiano. He won all 3 of his matches.
Dominant. Very, very
Very impressive performance. He started with a win against Hikaru in round 1. Hikaru coming in as the highest rated player in the field, winning against Hikaru really opened up this victory for Fabi.
And finally, I believe he gets his first classical victory. if I'm not mistaken, right? Or did he win a classical against Hikaru as well?
We've got a leaderboard.
He might have.
Congratulations to Fabiano Caruana,
That is a
who is
name.
the 2025 Champions Showdown.
$51,625, Richard. Bobby, dinner's on you tonight.
That's a good 3 days of work.
A good, very nice. And after a wonderful comeback by Levon, let's toss the ball to Eric to interview Levon Aronian.
I am joined by GM Levon Aronian, who had a very strong finish today, defeating Hikaru in the semi-classical game. How do you feel, Levon?
Good. I was playing white. I was trying to put pressure, and things kind of worked out.
Mm-hmm. And you won a lot of money at this event, maybe close to $40,000. Was that on your mind during the games, or are you just purely focused on the chess?
No, I was more or less relaxed because in this tournament everybody gets to win, some prizes. So I think I just wanted to play.
Mm-hmm. And is there anything you're going to splurge the money on? Nice meal, maybe a gift for the family?
Well, I already splurged by, I lost the music playing device, and I already splurged by purchasing a different one, a cheaper one, but I did treat myself in advance.
Okay. And there's some discussion amongst the commentators to select the best game from this tournament. And a few of your games are candidates for that prize. Your loss against Wesley, but also your win today against Hikaru. Is there any argument you can make for what the best game is of this tournament?
The rooks, folks, did you see how the rooks are going everywhere? That should be appreciated.
It was pretty impressive, yes. And you have about a week rest before the American Cup. Any thoughts about that tournament and how you're going to prepare for it?
It's a great tournament. I love playing the American Cup, and I guess I need to really work on my rapid and blitz, because lately I had some good results in classical, but shorter time formats, I'm just blundering everything. So I'll focus on that.
Okay, and what exactly do you do in terms of preparation? Like if you want to work on rapid blitz, is it just training games? Do you play online? Do you have a coach that you work with?
At the moment, I don't have a coach. I work on my own, but I practice with different players. So I guess, it's practicing, solving puzzles. That's what I'm going to do more.
Okay. And final question, because I saw an interview with you and Cristian that you have a secret training method. Are there any secrets you would be willing to reveal about how exactly you train, or any advice you'd give viewers watching who
they
want
won't
to
be secrets if I shared them, would they be?
It's true.
So, and it's a mystery. And, Hitchcock has this word, MacGuffin. This is kind of a device that enters the scene, and nobody knows what it does, but it's a very important device, so everybody has to pay attention to it.
Okay.
So that's my training method,
Okay.
So people think that this is something special, and they might spend time and wonder about it, and they won't focus so much.
Okay, I think we'll leave it at that. Congratulations on a great tournament.
Thank you.
And we'll send it back to the studio.
Congratulations, Levon. Definitely day one was not his day, but he really saved the best for last. He came on strong at the end. Tell us about the results. Wrap up day 3 of play.
And I have to say, he did make an argument for his
yes,
game.
It wasn't that compelling, but it was good.
So the first match between Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian, win for Hikaru in the Blitz, draw in the Rapid, and win. A very fascinating game for Levon in the semi-classical, and Levon is cashing more here, $16,125.
Nice earnings. And what about our next match? I think
Next match is between Leinier Dominguez and Wesley. So here, win in the Blitz, draw in the Rapid, very nerve-wracking game,
right,
and draw in the semi-classical with Wesley saw cashing here $14,875.
Wesley started in second place. He improved his position.
No.
No.
He did not.
And Fabiano Caruana, very convincing in this match, winning Blitz game against Ray Robson, draw in the Rapid, and then again win in the Semi-Classical. And here, Fabiano is cashing $18,375.
Impressive. And adding it all up, our leaderboard tells the story.
So the winner is Fabiano Caruana. You can see $51,625. Wesley saw
$45,875.
And Levon Aronian, after winning the semi-classical game against Hikaru Nakamura in the third place, $41,375.
Right, and there you see.
But you see, all players won some prizes.
And let's jump to Tony Rich with our winner for the award ceremony, the trophy.
Hi everyone, I'm here with Fabiano Caruana, the winner of the 2025 Champion Showdown, the Kings, taking home nearly $52,000 and this beautiful trophy from a local artist. Fabiano, congratulations on your win. I feel like I spent a lot of time with you in presenting trophies and awards. The more than $50,000 that you earn, is that going to just go on the pile of cash, or are you going to go out and blow it? What's the plan?
No plans to do anything crazy. And I also have another tournament coming up soon, so it's there's not much rest in between, but I'm really happy with how I played here. Of course, happy with the result as well. And I always seem to be in a good mood when I'm playing in St. Louis, and I guess the results have been overall throughout the years pretty good. So I'm happy to add another to the collection.
Well, congratulations again. You guys heard it here first. Fabi's going to go downstairs and he'll be with the commentators in just a moment. Thanks again for joining us.
Thank you, Tony. Our congratulations, Fabi. Absolutely impressive victory as you won all your matches and your duels with the players. We have a best game prize. And really, our thank yous to the players, because there was no draw offers.
No.
Everybody was playing hard for the victory.
It almost felt like when the money was increasing, they were playing even harder and willing to take risks as well, because everybody wanted to take that victory in the Classical.
Absolutely.
And a lot of fascinating games that finished in a draw afterwards.
Yes.
So we have to pick a decisive game.
But we chose the one where the players castled on opposite side of the board. It was Levon Aronian versus Wesley So. And whoever got there first with the most won, and it was Wesley So with the black pieces.
Yeah, big congratulations for the best game prize to Wesley So, $2,500.
Wesley will say to Fabi, you keep the trophy, I'll take the best game prize.
And it was a great victory.
And it was nice. It was
very nice idea by Levon to castle long in this Italian
Gioco piano,
which was met with very precise play by Wesley. B5, open things up, rook to B8, queen to B6, swing the queen at the right moment, I have to say.
And
it was
trapping
clinical
the
precision.
bishop in the center.
The bishop on D5, you change from the attack to the technical side.
Very nice.
Very nice. We're getting setting up for a Fabi interview with Eric, but one last look at the money prize, because that was, again, a very generous prize fund. Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club. This was a generous prize fund.
Yes, and you see that Fabiano had the most decisive games in the semi-classical chess, because he won $28,000 there.
Right.
Otherwise, in Rapid and Blitz, a lot of players had the same results.
Rapid,
I
we
just had
see
a brilliant idea,
Fabi and Nakamura. Yes.
Champion Showdown.
Yes.
Kings, alongside the Champion Showdown, the commentators.
I'm in.
I don't know. I'm not this cheap. I'm not this cheap. We're going to have to double the price fund to get the commentators.
And we have Eric Rosen, who is right now with the winner, Fabiano Caruana. Eric, over to you.
I am joined yet again by the champion of the Champion Showdown, Fabiano Caruana. Congratulations, Fabi. How are you feeling?
Thanks. Yeah, I feel very good. I think overall it was a nice game. Of course, maybe I didn't convert it super well, but the opening was a great success. This was an idea of my second Grigori to go for this very combative line. I thought maybe it's even worth playing in the American Cup because I'm also going to play Ray again in the next tournament. But I thought, okay, if I get a chance to get my idea on the board, I should take it in any event. And yeah, he was just, like, he knew the line to some extent, but E3 I think is either a rare or a new move. And after that he was on his own, and it's just really, really tough to figure this out. Like, I think he played one very natural move, knight BD7, and then already after that black is under pressure. And to top it off, I had a huge time advantage, so yeah, it was an ideal outcome, and maybe the conversion wasn't perfect, but overall I felt like if I don't blunder something with the time edge, with him having like 10 seconds on his clock for the rest of the game, being a pawn up, that I should normally win this.
Mm-hmm. Was it frustrating at all that Ray was so low on time, but kept resisting and resisting and resisting?
No, I know that's normal. I mean, you saw his game yesterday against Hikaru, arguably just as bad a position as he had against me, with the same time situation, and you'd expect that nobody can survive that, and then he somehow found, like, even it was much more complicated than today because there was a lot more dynamism there, but he was finding resources in a very complicated position. So here, especially because black is more or less stable, I didn't expect like any collapse or anything, because like black has a setup, I'm the one who has to prove it to break through. And also you start to see some ghosts because my king can potentially be weak, like he invades with the queen and the rook on the first rank, and then he has his own threat. So, and there's also that element, like you really don't want to mess it up to the point that that you might. We've all been in that position, right? You have a great position, but then it even turns around fully. So I was trying to keep control, and then I was happy when I got the rooks off, because at that point I knew that, okay, I can never lose without the rooks. For sure that even if I blunder, it's only like he trades pawns and we get to a more simplified position. But I also thought that, practically speaking, black's task is, without the rooks, very difficult.
Mm-hmm. So I interviewed Ray yesterday, and he mentioned that you specifically are a very difficult opponent for him. Why do you think that is? Is it your opening preparation? Is it your style? Is it a combination of things?
I don't know. Like we do have a history. We've played in the U.S. Championship for many years. We've played matches, and I think once the results start to not go your way, it's hard to reverse that trend. Like, it gets in your head a little bit. That might be part of the reason why. Mm-hmm. Like, I've never found him an easy opponent to play against, but the results are usually pretty good. And yeah, maybe that's part of the reason. Like, you have those emotions from the previous games as well. So. It's always difficult to play against an opponent who you don't have a good historical record against.
Right, and you mentioned that you're playing him again in just over a week in American Cup. How much chess preparation are you going to do, and how much celebrating are you going to do after this?
More preparation than celebrating. I think more like physical preparation, or like trying to get ready physically, because it's not. This was a very short event and it's not very tiring, but the next one will be probably quite tiring, especially if you're going the distance or if you're going through multiple matches. And it's also going to come down very often to Blitz games, Armageddons, where it's, the tension especially is very tiring. So I do expect, like last time we played, I think it was in 23 in the American Cup, in this format, we had a very tough match. It was two draws in Classical. I didn't get any chances to win. And then in Rapid, I won the first game, and then I was defending a very difficult position in the second game. So I really only scraped by that time. So, again, I don't expect an easy match. I do hope that I'll be able to pull through.
Okay, well, congrats again. I'll let you go. Best of luck next week,
Thank
and
you.
We'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Eric. Again, neighborhood block party. I am the immediate neighbor of Fabi, so hey, a block party. That sounds like a good splurge. We'll all come. We'll celebrate. Thank you to you both. It was really, really a lot of fun making commentaries with you. You're both going to be with me for the American Cup, are you?
Yes.
Excellent.
Seems to be the case.
All right, I love it.
We'll be seeing each other soon.
All right, and we hope you. But one last thing before we go.
No, we don't have to do that.
Oh, yes, we certainly do.
Oh, boy.
That's a good-looking prediction right there. Look at that.
Every blind hand can find a seed from time to time.
Decent.
Good job. Yeah, we were there to the very end, though. We really were close.
Yeah.
And
Great
finally.
event. Congratulations to the winner, Fabiano Caruana, who is also winning $51,625.
Wonderful. Our congratulations. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget, the American Cup is coming up next. We'll see you all then. And in the meanwhile, good night.
Play chess.
Play chess.
Bye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.